Chapter 96. After searching for a while, they didn't find anything. Su Len frowned and looked for a long time. He had no choice but to put the matter aside for now. He turned to Harrison and said, "Give all the fishermen weapons. Also, from today onwards, all the fishermen are to return to the city to spend the night. No one is allowed to rest outside the city at night." "Yes," Harrison replied. It was already noon. The sun was about to rise to the highest point in the sky. The sun shone on the water, making it sparkle. Suddenly, Su Len saw a huge shadow emerging from the bottom of the water. "Get out of there." Su Len took a few steps forward and shouted at the soldiers who were looking for clues on the water. Hearing Su Len's warning, the soldiers didn't even look back. They hurriedly paddled to the shore. Ding! Discovered water monster. Host, please deal with it as soon as possible. The shadow under the water grew bigger and bigger. Suddenly, the monster rushed out of the water. Under the sun, Su Len saw the monster clearly for the first time. It was a monster with a few huge tentacles. The monster had 4 limbs like a human, but below the joints of the limbs were fish-like fins. The head looked very ugly, and the body of the monster was huge. Those tentacles were at least 8 or 9 meters long. After seeing the fishing boats, it swam directly toward them. Although the water monster was huge, it was very fast in the water. In a breath's time, it was about to catch up with the fishing boat at the back. The shockingly long tentacles flew toward the fishing boat quickly. As long as the soldiers on the boat were caught by the tentacles, they would be easily pulled into the water. Whoosh! Just then, a long spear flew over and pierced the tentacle of the water monster. The tentacle was knocked away. However, for some reason, the long spear didn't pierce the tentacle. Instead, it slid to the side. The soldiers who escaped the disaster quickly left the area of the water monster. The attacked water monster roared at Su Len. In the next second, a few green water pillars that were 10 meters long rushed towards Su Len. F***CK, is this an acid arrow? Seeing the acid arrow rushing toward him, Su Len couldn't help but say. A normal acid arrow was only about half a meter long, but the one in front of him was more than 10 times longer. Profound ice slash. A chilling aura emanated from Su Len's body, and 3 ice blades were instantly summoned. Then, under Su Len's control, the surrounding water instantly turned into ice. Then, with a flick of his spear, a huge ice shield appeared in front of him, blocking the acid arrow. The acid arrow hit the ice shield and splashed everywhere. The surrounding reeds and water plants instantly withered and turned black. Even the soil turned black. The ice shield was hit and cracks quickly appeared like a spider web. However, it was frozen again by Su Len's cold air. With a flick of his spear, the massive ice shield was instantly shattered. Countless ice shards scattered in all directions, reflecting a 5-colored light under the sunlight. Su Len did not hesitate. The chilling aura emanating from his body grew even colder and one ice blade after another swiftly appeared before slashing towards the water yaw. The ice blade flew across the surface of the river, freezing the water surface in its path. In the blink of an eye, 3 ice paths had appeared on the surface of the river. The water yaw raised a huge wave with its tentacles and rushed towards the 3 ice blades. The ice blades collided with the huge wave and the huge wave turned into an ice mountain. Then, the next side was smashed by the waves behind it. Su Len's body flashed and directly rushed towards the 3 ice paths on the river. In a breath's time, he was in front of the water yaw. Seeing that Su Len dared to rush over, the water yaw became even angrier. 6 of its tentacles whipped towards Su Len. Su Len's spear swept across and the 6 tentacles were swept away. However, Su Len felt as if he had missed his target. It was very uncomfortable. After the tentacles were sent flying, the water yaw circled around and whipped towards Su Len again. Su Len roared and exerted force with his feet. The ice path instantly collapsed. Su Len jumped a few meters into the air and swept towards the water yaw. Bang! The water yaw's huge body was sent flying a few meters away by Su Len's attack. This time, he finally saw that the water Yao's body was wrapped in a layer of transparent liquid. It was also because of this layer of liquid that Sullen's attacks were dodged. The water Yao's body flew out and smashed into the water with a bang. Although most of the force had been neutralized, the water Yao still cried out in pain. The stimulation of the pain made the water Yao even more confused. The water Yao waved its tentacles and attacked Sulen continuously. Huge waves several meters high rose from the surrounding river. Fortunately, the fishing boats had already gone far away. Otherwise, under such huge waves, the boats would have been destroyed and the people on board would have died instantly. Sullen's body was getting colder and colder. The ice under his feet stood firm under the huge waves. Mystic Ice Slash. The 3 ice blades froze the huge waves. Sulen exerted force with his feet and jumped high in an instant, dodging the huge waves that came crashing down from below. His 29 points of agility made his body very agile. With the help of the floating ice on the river, Sulen directly jumped onto the water Yao's tentacles. Lightning Spear. Rays of blue lightning appeared on the surface of Sullen's body. The lightning on the spear in his hand kept flashing. After a few leaps, Sulen arrived in front of the water Yao. After realizing that Sulen was close to it, the water Yao frantically tried to wrap its tentacles around him. However, in the face of the alternating lightning and ice, all the tentacles were paralyzed the moment they came into contact with the ice. The paralyzing effect of the lightning slowed down the water Yao's reaction speed by a few beats. By the time the tentacles broke free from the ice, Sulen had already rushed over. Mystic Ice Slash. Suluan didn't give it a chance to fight back. The chill in his body instantly broke out, and he continuously released a series of black ice chops. In the blink of an eye, the chilling ice blades swept across and froze the surrounding river. Numerous black ice blades converged, and a huge iceberg appeared on the surface of the river. But the huge water monster couldn't resist and was frozen. The iceberg sparkled under the sun. In the light blue iceberg, a water Yao that was about 4 meters tall was frozen with a frightened expression. Several of its long tentacles were also frozen. The soldiers who had just come ashore looked at Sulen with admiration. They had just faced the water Yao's ferocious power. However, they did not expect that the water Yao that they thought to be extremely powerful would be killed by Sulen so easily. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have killed the water Yao. You have received 13,252 experience points. The system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have leveled up. You have received 2 free attribute points. You have received 2 skill points. You have received 1 silver treasure chest. Ding! You have killed the water Yao. You have received a large amount of reputation. Your name has spread across the wasteland. Your soldiers are more supportive of you. Reputation +1. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed the water Yao. Your territory's security +2. People's sentiment +5. Sulen did not open his status window to check. Instead, he ordered the soldiers to transport the huge ice block back to the port. P.S. Sacrificing 2 books. Potioneer. There are runes, magic, runes, alchemy, and magic engineering. This is an interesting world. Lord of Souls. Traversing through the boundless world, hiding the souls of 10,000 souls and merging into one's body. When Lincoln woke up, he found himself in an unfamiliar world. Chapter 97. Both the Red Sand River and the White Water River were rich in aquatic plants, and there were plenty of fish in both rivers. They could completely satisfy the demand for meat in the town. Currently, fishing was far more important than agriculture in Northgard Castle. Although 3 fishermen had died at the harbor last night, they still had to fish today. However, the territory gave each fisherman a weapon, and the fishermen were not allowed to act alone. After the weapons were distributed, the fishermen formed groups of 3 to 5 and went into the river to fish. Soon, the fishermen who had already caught some fish handed them in. The management office of the harbor would give them points according to the type and weight of the fish. After counting the fish that the fisherman handed over, the workers picked out the palm-sized fish and threw them into a fish pond not far away. The pond was more than 300 meters long and 50 meters wide. It used to be a depression, but Sulen had turned it into a fish pond. The pond was connected to the Red Sand River by 2 canals, and there was a small dam at both ends. A pond like this was perfect for raising the small fish caught by the fishermen. Look, what's that? An ice mountain? Is that the security team? At the harbor, everyone looked at the ice mountain that was slowly approaching. The ice mountain was tied up with ropes and was being dragged by a few small boats toward the harbor. Look, there's something in the ice mountain. A fisherman suddenly yelled as the ice mountain approached the harbor. There really is something in it. Soon, the ice mountain was dragged to the harbor. The people around began to discuss it. Get out of the way. The water monster inside is the murderer of the 3 fishermen last night. The Lord has already taken care of it. Now, you can all go back to work. With that, Harrison directed the soldiers to transport the huge block of ice into the town. Sulen had already left. Riding on his horse, Sulen opened his attribute window and added one of the 2 points he had just received to spirit and 1 to dexterity. Name, Sullen Race. Human level, LV 20. 685440000, Strength, 37 Dexterity, 30 Spirit, 25 Constitution, 29 Charm, 19 Command, 63 Skills. Omitted, he opened his inventory and found the silver treasure chest that the system had rewarded him with. The monster this time wasn't very strong. The only problem was that the battle was in the water. Sullen's combat power underwater was only average. If the monster continued to hide underwater, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything. On the surface of the water, Sulen would have to depend on the player's control. Mystic Ice Slash could create ice cubes to give him a foothold on the surface of the water. Thunderbolt Gun could paralyze monsters, and it was the paralysis effect of the Thunderbolt Gun that gave Sulen the opportunity to kill the enemy in 1 hit. He opened the silver treasure chest, and a flash of light appeared. Congratulations, host. You have opened the silver treasure chest and obtained the Iron Body Bow. Iron Body Bow, a bow forged with fine steel. The body of the bow is strong and has a long range. It is a rare bow. Requirement, Strength 17, Constitution 15. Bow range +3, bow power +2. Penetration, there is a 15% chance of penetration. After seeing the attributes of the bow, Sullen's eyes lit up. This bow was even stronger than the centaur longbow that Owen had given him. The centaur longbow was already a very powerful bow. However, although this bow was good, the requirement to use it was also very high. With 17 points of strength, it was impossible to draw the bow if one didn't have enough strength. Sulen took out the iron body bow and tried to draw it. The body of the bow was very flexible. The bowstring was also made of steel wire and animal tendons. Such an iron body bow was very powerful. After playing with the iron body bow for a while, Sulen suddenly thought of the problem he had with the archer squad. He didn't have any good wood to make a longbow, so he would try using this iron body bow. After returning to the town, Sulen first went to find Hathaway. The water monster just now was a demon, but he didn't know this kind of demon. He didn't know the materials on its body, so he planned to let Hathaway handle it. Hathaway had been staying in the laboratory all this time. A lot of materials needed to be processed by her. She was in a state of pain and joy. During this time, she had used more materials to make magic than before. She carefully used a carving knife to carve the claws of the claw demon. The claws of the claw demon were made of 3 metamorphosed bone structures. They were between 30 to 40 centimeters long, and the middle one was the longest. This was the most valuable part of the claw demon. The rest, such as the heart and demon skin, were not that valuable. The claws of the claw demon were natural enchanted weapons. They were harder than steel and very tough. More importantly, they had a natural armor-piercing effect. It was not easy to make them into magic weapons. Hathaway had to concentrate. After carving the last rune with the carving knife, Hathaway breathed a sigh of relief. She took out the potion that she had already prepared. Hathaway poured the potion along the rune that she had previously engraved. She murmured as she poured the potion. A magical power gathered in the laboratory. Soon, this magical power was integrated into the claws of the claw demon under Hathaway's control. A light flashed, and then the light integrated into the claws of the claw demon and disappeared. At this time, the claws on the test bench had changed greatly. They had become a curved knife. The curved knife was about 35 centimeters long. After adding the handle, it was 50 centimeters long. The shape of the curved knife was more like the curved knives used by the desert people. The color of the blade was dim, and it seemed to be able to absorb light. It was very suitable for sneak attacks in the dark. Ding dong. At this time, the magic doorbell suddenly rang. Hathaway put down the empty bottle and got up to open the door. "Why are you here?" Seeing that it was Sulen, Hathaway opened the door and let Sulen in. "Can't I come?" Sulen walked into the laboratory and looked around. "Yes, my lord." Hathaway made a face at him and continued. "This is your new work?" Sulen saw the curved knife on the table at a glance. After seeing that Hathaway agreed, he reached out and picked it up. "I just finished it." Sulen picked up the curved knife. Unexpectedly, the curved knife was very light. He waved it twice, and there was a burst of sharp wind. "It's a very good weapon," Sulen said. Although he did not use curved knives, he could still distinguish good and bad weapons. "Of course, I spent a lot of effort to make this curved knife," Hathaway said proudly with her chest out. Sure enough, she was a woman with two mountains. Curved knife, unnamed mid-level magic weapon, material, claw demon's claws. This is a well-made magic weapon. It cleverly uses the special characteristics of the claw demon's claws. It is a night killer. Sharpness +1, armor penetration +1, attack speed +1, tenacity +1, PS. Thank you to Heshipeng for the 200 Chidian coins reward. Thank you to Longxian for the 500 Chidian coins reward. Thank you to Passion Juice for the 100 Chidian coins reward. Chapter 98. Do you have a name for this weapon? Sulen touched the blade of the scimitar. Hathaway tidied up the other things on the table and said without looking up, "Not yet." "Do you have any suggestions?" "How about the blade of night?" "Sounds good." Sulen put down the scimitar and said, "How many scimitars like this do you have?" Hathaway crossed her arms in front of her chest and rolled her eyes at him. Then she said, "Do you think this is a potato?" "You can have as many as you want. Of the claws you provided, only 2 are suitable to make this scimitar. The rest can only be made into daggers. 2 are not bad." Sulen put the blade of night back and said, "By the way, I just killed a water monster in the Red Sand River. See if there are any materials that can be used." Water monster. Hearing Sulen's words, Hathaway's eyes lit up. "Where is it?" "Take me there. I've already arranged for someone to send it over." "It should be here by now," Sulen said with a smile. The two left the lab. After waiting for a few minutes, they finally saw a huge ice block being pulled over by 2 horses. Hathaway couldn't wait to run over. Arriving in front of the ice, Hathaway stuck close to the ice and looked inside. This is an adult dark-scaled water monster. Its corpse is surprisingly well preserved. "You recognize this monster?" Sulen stood next to her and asked. "Of course. This is the first time I've seen a dark-scale water monster. Send it to my lab later. I want to dissect it," Hathaway said excitedly. Sulen quietly stepped back. Looking at the excited Hathaway and the frozen body of the dark-scale water monster, he had already imagined a cute bear girl wearing a wizard's robe, holding all kinds of knives and scissors, and excitedly dissecting the monster. The image sent a chill down his spine. Hathaway didn't notice Sulen's gaze. She happily directed the others to push the ice blocks down and move them to the laboratory. What's the use of this water monster? Sulen asked curiously. The biggest effect of this kind of water monster is that its heart can be used to make underwater breathing potions, Hathaway explained. Sulen was confused. Underwater breathing potion? This kind of potion isn't that precious, right? Why do you value it so much? This kind of underwater breathing potion is not as simple as you think. Ordinary underwater breathing potions have a time limit of about 3 hours. Good potions will last longer, but at most, it won't exceed 6 hours. However, the underwater breathing potion made from the heart of the dark-scale water monster is permanent. It's equivalent to permanently fixing the underwater breathing spell on your body. Enchantment? So powerful. Sulen looked at the corpse of the dark-scaled water monster in front of him in astonishment. The effect of this kind of enchantment was very rare. Generally, only powerful spellcasters or some powerful beings could cast it at great cost. For example, beings above the legendary level could choose to permanently spend some mana to enchant others with a spell effect. This kind of enchantment was not something close to them or something they couldn't refuse. Otherwise, very few legendary wizards would enchant others with a spell. After all, they would lose part of their power permanently. Or some demigod or god's blessing, which could enchant others with a spell effect. Very few gods would give blessings. Only some gods chosen could receive this treatment. Under normal circumstances, these blessings from gods were very powerful. To cast these enchantments, one had to be at least at the legendary level, and this dark-scaled water monster had such an effect. Of course, the enchantment of the dark-scaled water monster was very ordinary. It was far less powerful than the enchantments of powerful beings. However, the cost was low, and there were no side effects. Also, underwater breathing was very practical in many cases. In fact, there were still some enchantments in this world. The most famous enchantment was the magic tattoo craft. It was said that this enchantment was invented by the elves. This craft engraved magic tattoo on a person's body. This skill of engraving runes on the body was very powerful. There was a period of time when many wizards shaved off all their hair and engraved magic tattoo. At that time, the Red Robe wizards were the best at this technology. It was also at that time that wizards, regardless of gender, were all bald. However, although this technology was very powerful, it had limited room for growth. Engraving magic tattoo was very taxing on the human body, and it was very painful. Many people failed because they couldn't bear the pain. After all, humans were not a magical race. They were born with spells and had a strong resistance to all kinds of spells. In the end, this spell was very expensive and the engraving conditions were very harsh. Because of the low level of the spell, people rarely used it. It wasn't that no one wanted to use magic tattoo to engrave high-level spells, but the human body's skin was limited. It was said that the elves had more powerful magic tattoo technology. After handing the dark-scaled water monster's body to Hathaway, Sulen left the lab. Just yesterday, the white marble he had mined in the Sierra de Lotus had been delivered back. The marble was very delicate and pure white. It was a precious stone in Cult, not to mention in a place like the Northern Wasteland. Originally, he was going to build a bathroom in the Lord's mansion today. However, after the incident with the water monster, it took him more than half a day to get rid of the monster and deliver it to Hathaway. Now, he was going to hurry back and build a bathroom. Using marble to build a bathroom was something Sulen had planned for a long time. The bathroom he built this time was the kind that could be used to swim in. He was even going to build a fountain in the bathroom. What kind of statue should he put in the fountain? Should he put a mermaid or something else? Sulen hadn't decided yet. Sulen's marble bathroom was a combination of ancient Roman and ancient Greek architectural styles. The function inside was modern, much better than the architectural style of this world. Even Sulen planned to use this style for the public bathrooms in his territory. However, the material definitely wouldn't be marble. The water source for the bathroom was an underground hot spring that Sulen had spent a lot of time using the underground spring spell to find. Then, He spent a lot of mana to divert the hot spring and guide it to the bathroom. The water temperature of the hot spring was about 60 degrees, which was just right. Moreover, Chris loved to soak in hot springs. The pipe led the hot spring water directly to the bathroom. The bathroom's pool was a type of running water. The water here was clean at all times. There were all kinds of reliefs on the walls of the bathroom. They were the work of several sculptors. These reliefs told all kinds of myths and stories. Some were of powerful creatures. The entire bathroom was built like a work of art. Chapter 99. Now that the bathhouse of the Lord's castle had been planned, all that was left was for the craftsmen to slowly build it. Su Len planned to build a central square in his territory. In fact, when he first started building the city, Su Len had already set aside a lot of space. In his vision, the city that belonged to him would be a splendid, magnificent, beautiful, and clean city. Roads, flower beds, and sidewalks were all necessary. The square also needed a large fountain. The average width of the city's roads was about 6 meters. 4 carriages could travel side by side. The roads in the port's business district were even wider. The roads were all paved with stones, and after being rolled back and forth by stone rollers, they were very sturdy. Drainage canals were specially dug on both sides of the roads. The entire city was planned to have a complete drainage system. These drainage canals would uniformly discharge the city's sewage into a specially built septic tank outside the city. The septic tank was far from the town. Su Len planned to ferment the sewage and various kinds of feces here, and finally make them into fertilizer for the farms. Since the beginning of the city planning, Su Luen had never stopped the construction of roads. The roads in the town had been almost completed, and the newly built roads in the outer city were still under construction. Now the roads from the town to the port and the glass factory had been completed. However, compared to the roads in the town, these roads outside the town did not have drainage canals. The road that was being built now led to the brick factory. The city's future construction required a lot of bricks and stones, so this road had to be completed as soon as possible. At the construction site in the wilderness, a group of goblins and kobolds were working under the whips of the supervisors. The ground had been marked with white lines. The goblins and kobolds needed to dig half a meter deep in the white lines, and then fill it with soil to make it sturdy. Each layer needed to be rolled back and forth by a camel beast pulling a stone roller. When the ground was flat, they would continue to fill it with soil to make it sturdy. Finally, a layer of stones was laid on the road, and the camel beast pulled the heavy stone roller back and forth. In the end, the road built in this way was very sturdy and difficult to use. Although the construction site was busy, everything was in order. Chris had already divided all the work, and the slaves only needed to work step by step. Ah! Suddenly, a scream rang out in the wilderness. The ground suddenly cracked open, and a dog-headed man was bitten. The terrifying mouth opened like flower petals, and each petal was filled with sharp teeth. The dog-headed man was instantly shredded into mincemeat by the huge mouth. It's an Ankheg. The barbarian warrior immediately recognized the creature. The slaves were so frightened that they dropped their tools and ran for their lives. 2 barbarian warriors tried to kill the Ankheg, but it quickly burrowed into the ground and disappeared. The 2 barbarian warriors immediately became alert and scanned the ground, trying to find traces of the Ankheg. At this moment, another scream rang out from not too far away. Another slave had been killed. The 2 barbarian warriors rushed over once more, but the Ankhegs were very cunning. They immediately hid themselves after landing a hit. The 2 barbarian warriors' faces darkened after seeing their slaves killed twice in a row right under their noses. They had failed in their duty to protect the slaves. The ground trembled slightly, and in the next second, a terrifying giant mouth suddenly appeared under the barbarian warriors' feet. However, the barbarian warriors' instinct to dodge was not something the goblins and kobolds could compare to. A second before the giant mouth opened, the barbarian was already prepared for it. At the same time, he swung his 2-handed axe down. Poochie! Roar! Smelly blood splattered everywhere, and a miserable roar rang out. The barbarian's axe tore open a terrible wound on the Ankeg's terrifying mouth. The other barbarian also cooperated well. He swung his axe horizontally and left a huge wound on the Ankeg's body. A large piece of flesh near the Ankeg's mouth was shaved off, leaving a large hole in its mouth. Roar! The Ankeg tried to escape again after being heavily injured, but suddenly, a green liquid shot out from its terrifying mouth. The two barbarian warriors immediately dodged, and the acid landed on the ground with a sizzling sound. The ground and vegetation were all corroded black. With the help of the acid, the Ankeg managed to escape again. Ankegs were social creatures, and right after the first one was severely injured, 2 more screams were heard from the surrounding wilderness. 2 more slaves were killed. The surrounding slaves quickly fled in all directions. All slaves, retreat from this area. Don't move alone, they will attack anyone who strays from the group. Seeing 2 more Ankegs appear, the barbarian warrior immediately ordered the slaves to leave the area. The surrounding slaves quickly ran away, and the situation became chaotic. At this moment, the Ankegs attacked again. The 2 barbarian warriors were unable to save them in time. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared, followed by a bright flash of a blade. The Ankegs let out another miserable cry. Roar! The barbarian warrior let out a roar, and his body instantly grew several times larger. Green veins popped up on his thick arms, and his eyes became bloodshot. After activating Berserk, the barbarian warrior immediately charged towards the Ankeg. Berserk! The shadow immediately retreated a few steps after seeing the barbarian enter Berserk. It stared at the barbarian with a wary expression. Whirlwind Slash! The barbarian warrior's muscles bulged, and the bones in his body crackled. The heavy 2-handed axe brought out a blade of air and chopped down on the Ankeg's head. The powerful force directly chopped off the Ankeg's head, and dark yellow blood spurted out. The large body of the Ankeg struggled for a few moments before collapsing to the ground. After killing the Ankeg, the barbarian warrior's muscles began to return to normal, and the red in his eyes also began to fade. Soon, the berserk state was dispelled. Another Ankeg tried to escape, but another berserk barbarian caught it between the cracks of its shell. It tried to shrink back, but was unable to move because of the giant axe. Yellow blood gushed out, and the Ankeg's resistance became weaker and weaker. It would not be long before it died. Stranger, tell me what you want. The barbarian who was in berserk did not let down his guard because of the help just now. His eyes were fixed on the gray-robed figure. The figure looked thin, but was about 2 meters tall. His entire body was covered by a large robe, and even his face was covered. He looked very mysterious. Chapter 100. Hello, I don't mean any harm. I'm just passing by and want to buy some supplies, a hoarse voice said. You want to buy supplies? Who are you? Sullen's voice came from behind. Boss. Boss. The 2 barbarian warriors saluted. Su Luan nodded at them and said, Go and transport the bodies of the Ankegs back and gather the slaves back to work. The 2 barbarian warriors turned around and went back to work. You're not human, are you? Su Lan looked at the man again. Orc? Half-orc? Half-elf or some other race? Su Lan looked at the man in front of him and said, But that has nothing to do with me. What do you want to buy? Food. Food? The most precious things in the wasteland are weapons and food. Do you think I'd sell them to someone of unknown origin? Su Lan chuckled. I can buy them with money, the hoarse voice said. I don't need money. Su Lan shook his head. If you don't have a reason to move me, then goodbye. Wait, what do you want? The man hurriedly asked when he saw that Su Lan was about to leave. Looks like you're quite strong. You're a rogue, right? I need you to train some scouts for me, Su Lan said, staring at him. The man was silent for a moment, then he continued, You want me to train scouts for you? Nothing else? Of course. You're not worried about my identity? Who are you, a wanted criminal? Su Len spread his hands and said in an unquestionable tone, "This is my territory. I call the shots." "All right, I promise. Now, can you tell me who you are?" Su Len asked. The man hesitated for a moment, then took off his hood, revealing his snow-white hair. Through the hair, Su Len saw his grayish-black skin, slightly red eyes, and pointy ears. "A drow?" Su Len said in surprise. Although the man's ears were pointy, they were obviously different from those of elves. "No. Half-drow." "Are you a half-drow?" Su Len asked. "You actually came to the surface? Are you still willing to hire me now?" the drow asked. "Are you a defector?" Su Len asked after sizing up the man. Most of the drows believed in the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, the god of conspiracy and fear. She was not a good person. Among the drows, the status of males was almost equivalent to that of slaves, while females were family members, and only female drows could become Lolth's priests. Every drow city would be divided into a dozen or more families according to blood relations, and then these families would plot and assassinate each other in order to gain Lolth's favor. And it wasn't just between families, it was the same within the family as well. Male drows, on the other hand, had very little magical talent, so their status was very low. Even if they died and entered Lolth's divine kingdom, they would become ugly spider monsters or wax demons. Therefore, it was not unusual for drow defectors to appear among the drow race. The half-drow nodded. Su Len glanced at him, then frowned and said, "Who do you believe in?" "I believe in the Dark Maiden," the drow said in a hoarse voice. "A believer of the Dark Maiden." Su Len was interested. In the belief of the drows, the Dark Maiden was the only god of the good camp. The Dark Maiden Elizabeth was the daughter of the Queen of Spiders and the main god of the elves, but she was different from her mother. She was a goddess of the good camp. In addition to protecting all the good dark elves, she also protected the drows who hoped to return to the surface world and live peacefully. It was just that most drows hated her, so among the drows, she had very few believers. And because of history, the surface races were not very friendly to the drows, and those who came to the surface did not have it easy either. If I remember correctly, the Dark Maiden has fallen. You escaped the encirclement and suppression of the Queen of Spiders? How many people are left now? Hearing Sullen's words, the drow in front of him showed a serious sadness, but he did not say the situation of his tribe. Obviously, he did not trust Su Len. "Well, since you don't want to say it, then forget it." Su Len shrugged, then took the drow to the town. These drows who returned to the surface did not have an easy time. Without the protection of the Dark Maiden, their priests lost most of their ability to cast spells. In the face of the pursuit of the priests of the Queen of Spiders, they suffered heavy casualties. These drows had mixed blood with humans in order to adapt to the surface. They migrated to many places before finally finding a little living space in this endless wilderness. However, the fertility rate of the elves had always been very low, even for the drows. There were many battles in the wilderness. After losing the god of their faith, many of these drows lost their ability to cast spells. Then, they lost little by little in various battles. It was likely that there were not many drows left in this tribe. The wilderness lacked weapons, food, and all kinds of materials. There were also various magical beasts and other tribes. Even though the drows were very strong, and there were a few warlocks, they were still getting weaker and weaker in all kinds of battles. After hearing that there was a human town here, the drow in front of him planned to secretly buy a batch of materials to help the tribe through this difficult period. But obviously, Su Len was not so easy to fool. In the end, he could only promise Su Len to train soldiers for him in order to get some materials. These drows were not weak. According to the human classification, the drow in front of him was a knight. In the beginning, only the leader of the barbarians, Johnson, was a knight. More importantly, this drow was a rogue, proficient in detection, assassination, and other skills. He might not be as good as Johnson in a frontal battle, but in a sneak attack, the loser would most likely be Johnson. Of course, that was the former Johnson. Now that Johnson's strength had reached the level of a knight, he could easily defeat him. "What's your name?" Sulen asked. "Aiton," the drow said. Sulen nodded. "Aiton, how much food and materials do you need? I will sell them to you according to the market price. Of course, you need to stay here and train the scouts for me. How are you going to transport the materials back?" "The materials need to be placed in a designated location. I will inform my people to come and transport them," Alan said. "Okay, you choose the location. Just tell me when the time comes. I will send someone to deliver the materials." Chapter 101. Sulen was still very interested in these drows, especially some of the drows' works, such as an analysis of the 36 forms of binding spell of shadow tentacles, the partial application of enlargement and reduction, and the 72 gestures of Mage's Hand of Ecstasy. Sulen was thinking about how to subdue this drows. Judging from Aiton's performance just now, these drows were now in a desperate situation, but even so, it was not easy to subdue them. Elves were naturally proud, even drows. Unless Sulen showed enough strength, it was possible to subdue them. Although the strength of Sulen's territory was good now, it was still a little lacking in subduing these drows. Sulen took the drows to a warehouse, which was used to store materials in the territory. Sulen had built many warehouses in the town and stored them in different locations. The one in front of them was just one of them. There are food, medicine, weapons, and other materials in this warehouse. You can take these back to your tribe. Of course, you have to pay for them, Sulen said as he pointed to the warehouse in front of him. Eden was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the warehouse in front of him. The warehouse wasn't very big, but there were a lot of resources stored inside. Just the food alone was enough for their tribe to eat for 2 months. Adding on the other resources, it was enough for their tribe to live well. They had made deals with others before, but most of the time, the price of the deal was ridiculously high, and the quantity was very limited. The resolute drows looked at Sulen with excitement, then saluted him and said excitedly, "Thank you for your help, Your Excellency." It seemed that they were indeed at the end of their rope. Without supplies, without support, and without their own strength, it was not easy to live in the wilderness. Sulen looked at the drows in front of him and said, "These materials should be enough for you to live for a while, but after losing the protection of the Dark Maiden, you don't have many choices. I can help you, but I need something in return. The future depends on your choice. Tell me your answer when you've thought about it." After saying that, he waved his hand, and his subordinates began to load the goods from the warehouse onto the carriages. With the intelligence of the drows, they naturally understood the meaning of Sulen's words. However, there was more than a 90% chance that these drows would refuse. So now he planned to give them some help and make a good impression on them. When he was strong enough, he would subdue them in one fell swoop. It took a day for all the supplies in the warehouse to be loaded onto the carriage. Then, he ordered his subordinates to drive the carriage to the agreed location. Aiton had already gone back to inform his companions. When they arrived at the agreed location, Aiton asked his companions to take the supplies away, while he took the money back to Sulen's territory. Sulen assigned him the task of training some scouts. The scouts were selected from the refugees and sent to the barracks for training. Aiton did not have any objections to Sulen's arrangement. He seriously trained these people in various skills. The 2 Ankegs killed by the barbarian warriors had been completely cut up. The meat of the Ankegs did not taste good. It had an earthy smell, and it was said that the texture of the meat was very similar to that of an earthworm. The meat was kept for the goblins, kobolds, and gnolls as rations. The most precious part of the Ankegs was their carapace. These carapaces could be made into excellent armor in the hands of skilled blacksmiths. The carapace of the Ankegs was a natural +1 defense. Under the same defense, it was only 1/3 of the weight of steel armor. Armor made with this carapace had defense comparable to plate armor, but its quality was only at the level of light armor. Furthermore, in addition to its impressive defensive capabilities, this type of armor also possessed a decent resistance to strong acids. It was completely free from the corrosive effects of strong acids that metal armors would experience when exposed to strong acids. The carapace of the ankegs could be made into 2 sets of armor. After the carapaces were removed, they were sent to the blacksmith's shop. Bruce's blacksmithing skills were the best in Sulan's territory. After spending some time forging weapons, Sulan had bought him a blacksmith's book from the shop, which greatly improved his blacksmithing skills. He was also the only blacksmith in the territory who could forge these carapaces. Ankegs were social creatures and had a strong sense of territory. Although 2 of them were killed last time, there were still some that escaped. Ankegs looked like earthworms, but they had more legs than earthworms. They could reach up to 10 meters long and could sense their prey through the vibrations of the ground. They had a terrifyingly large mouth that could swallow an adult in one go. Their teeth were so sharp that they could easily bite through trees, and even steel would not be able to withstand a few bites. They could also produce strong acid, and when they attacked, they would spray their enemies with acid. The acid arrows used by wizards were not long, but they had a wide range. A group of ankegs consisted of about 2 to 5. Sulan had encountered at least 3 of them during the construction of the road. In order to complete the road as soon as possible, Sulan had to personally deal with all of them. The construction of the road continued. Sulan was constantly paying attention to the movements underground. As the stone rollers rolled over and over again, the roadbed gradually stabilized. The brick kiln factory was not far from the city. It was only about 3 kilometers away, and the road was also made of gravel that could allow 2 carriages to pass side by side. As the construction of the road became louder and louder, the ankegs living in the area were quickly alerted. They quickly moved towards the area. Boom! A strange sound suddenly came from the ground. When Sulan looked over, he was shocked to find that a large patch of grass had swelled up. In the next second, a terrifying ankeg drilled out from the ground and pounced on the slaves around it with its large, ferocious mouth. The goblin did not even have the chance to make a sound before he was swallowed by the huge, ferocious mouth. Sulan flipped his palm, and an iron bow appeared in his hand. Twang! The bowstring vibrated, and a special arrow about a meter long was shot out. The arrow was made of fine iron, and the arrowhead was made with barbs. Once the arrow was shot, it would be very difficult to pull it out. There was also a rope attached to the end of the arrow. The arrow hit the ankeg in an instant, and more than half of the arrow was buried in its body. The ankeg went berserk after being attacked. Strong acid spray. A ball of dark green viscous liquid was spat out by the ankeg. 2 goblins that did not manage to dodge in time were hit by the acid, and they could only scream in agony before they were corroded into a pile of rotten meat. P.S. Thank you to Night Bell and Dawn for the 100 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to Black Bronze for the 1000 Chidian coins tip. Chapter 102. The surrounding goblins and kobold slaves scattered in all directions. Not far away, a barbarian warrior raised his 2-handed axe and leaped 3 meters into the air before swinging it down heavily on the ankeg. Slash! Blood and flesh splattered everywhere as the ankeg let out a blood-curdling scream. It shook its head in an attempt to knock the barbarian away, but the barbarian retreated and swung his axe horizontally. A large gash appeared on the ankeg's wrinkled skin, and yellowish blood gushed out. The ankeg twisted its body in an attempt to escape, but it felt a sharp pain when it was halfway through the wound. Its body was being pulled by a huge force. The barbarian grabbed the rope and pulled hard. The barbed arrow that was deeply embedded in the ankeg's body was hooked onto its flesh, and it could not escape no matter how hard it struggled. The ankeg struggled madly, its dozens of legs flailing wildly and stirring up the soil around it. Sulan took out a spear from his storage space and leaped high into the air before thrusting it down. The 3-meter-long spear penetrated the ankeg's body through a gap in its carapace and into the ground. The huge ankeg was nailed to the ground by the spear. After receiving a fatal blow, the huge body of the ankeg twitched a few times before collapsing weakly on the ground. Sulan stood on the huge body of the ankeg and pulled out the spear. He shook it casually, and the blood on the spear dripped down. Move the body of this Ankheg back. Understood, boss. Ankhegs were social animals and had a strong desire for revenge, just like wolves. They would definitely come back for revenge since they did not kill all of them last time. Just as Su Len ordered his men to pull out the body of the Ankheg, a soft sound came from the ground beneath their feet. Crack. The strange sound came from the ground, and the soil suddenly sank. An Ankheg opened its ferocious mouth and attacked Su Len. Just as the Ankhegs burst out of the ground, Su Len's figure flashed and dodged them. Acid spit. Fortunately, there was no one around Su Len. The green, sticky acid completely missed its target. With a sizzling sound, the ground and the surrounding weeds were corroded by the acid and turned black. Another one. Su Len charged at the Ankheg with its spear, its ferocious mouthparts biting at Su Len. However, the Ankheg had met its match this time. The 3-meter-long spear smashed the Ankheg's ferocious mouth into the ground. With a light tap of his feet, Su Len arrived on top of the Ankheg's head. The previous heavy blow had left the Ankheg dizzy and unable to resist. Sullen's spear pierced the Ankheg's brain through a gap in its carapace. The carapace on the Ankheg's head was the best, and he did not want to damage it. While one of the Ankhegs attacked Su Len, another one lurking underground attacked a barbarian warrior. It spat acid at the warrior's head, followed by a biting attack. In order to deal with the Ankhegs, Su Len had prepared a special shield. When he saw the acid coming at him, he immediately used the shield to block the splashing acid. He then rolled to the side and dodged the Ankheg's attack. The kobold slave beside him was not so lucky. A large amount of acid sprayed at it, and the sizzling sound of its flesh being corroded was excruciating. In just a few breaths, half of its flesh was corroded, revealing its white bones. Soon, it was dead. There was a huge wound on the Ankheg's mouth. It was the one that had escaped last time. The last Ankheg had also appeared. It's the one that escaped last time. But this time, you won't have the chance to escape. The barbarian warrior obviously recognized the Ankheg. With a roar, the veins on his body bulged, his muscles bulged, and his skin turned red. The large Ankheg was not agile. The barbarian warrior circled around it and attacked it continuously. Soon, the weakest parts of the Ankheg's body were covered in wounds. Yellow blood flowed out, making the Ankheg look extremely miserable. At this time, Su Len had already killed the other Ankheg. The heavily injured Ankheg suddenly screeched and waved its limbs wildly as it burrowed into the ground. Su Len looked at the Ankheg that had burrowed into the ground and smiled. He pressed his palm on the ground, and a surge of energy flowed from his body into the ground. He then continued to dig deeper into the ground and soon found the Ankheg that was escaping. After finding the target, Su Len directed the flow of water. Gushing spring. Under the guidance of Su Len's energy, the strong flow of water instantly exploded. The water broke through the soil and rocks, and the Ankheg that was escaping underground suddenly felt the soil beneath it being pushed up. The huge flow of water directly pushed the Ankheg's body out of the ground. The Ankheg was pushed 10 meters out of the ground by the flow of water, and then it crashed to the ground. The Ankheg's already heavily injured body became even more serious. Its internal organs were severely damaged from the fall, and yellow blood continuously flowed out of its body. More than a dozen of its limbs swayed weakly, and its speed became slower and slower. After a while, it stopped moving. With the death of the last Ankheg, all the Ankhegs in the area were wiped out. Su Len arranged for some people to collect the slaves, and the 3 Ankheg's corpses were transported back to the town with the others. The hardest part of an Ankheg's carapace was its head. The carapace on its back was slightly weaker, but it was more suitable to be made into shields. The carapace of an Ankheg could be made into about 10 shields. After killing all the Ankhegs, the materials obtained could be used to make 50 shields and 5 full-body armors. The huge Ankhegs had a lot of meat. Although they tasted bad, the goblins and kobolds did not mind. It was good enough that they had something to eat. The Ankhegs were cut off and made into jerky for them. An ankheg weighed about 5 tons. After removing the carapace and innards, there were still 3 tons left. 5 ankhegs weighed 15 tons in total, which was enough for the slaves to eat for 2 to 3 months. Although ankhegs were magical beasts, they did not have much use for wizards. The only thing that was valuable was the acid sacs in their bodies. The acid sacs stored a lot of acid, and for wizards who had not learned the material exemption ability, the acid sacs were very good materials for casting acid splash and acid arrow. The best material for acid arrow was the venom sacs of wyverns, but it was important to note that ankhegs were only mid-ranked magical beasts, and that was because they lived in groups. If it were wyverns, unless they were attacked by a grand wizard or above, they would just be courting death. Wyvern's poison could easily corrode metal armor. If one's constitution was not strong enough, they would be killed instantly. P.S. Ankheg, pack magical beast. Strength, 22, Spirit, 8, Vitality, 25, Agility, 9, Charm, 4, Specialty, Natural Armor, Sturdy, Underground Stealth, Listen, Vibration Perception. Skills, Acid Spray, Bite Attack. Chapter 103. After dealing with the ankhegs, the road leading to the brick kiln factory continued to be repaired. The construction of the kiln factory had been completed, but the first batch of bricks would take some time to be fired. Sulen patrolled the territory once a day. With the black-maned horse, patrolling the territory had become very convenient. What was interesting was that he actually met a lone adventurer in the wilderness today. One had to know that there were all kinds of monsters in the wilderness. Anyone who dared to travel alone was either stupid or very confident in their own strength. It was noon, and Sulen was about to find a tree to rest and eat when he met the adventurer. It was a very ordinary middle-aged man. He had a square mouth, a wide nose, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. There was nothing special about him. He wore ordinary linen clothes with many patches, and the edges were already covered in fur. His arms and legs were wrapped in bandages. His limbs were thick and strong, and his body was also very strong. This kind of body was very suitable for heavy infantry. When Sulen saw him, there was already a mauler bear lying nearby. The creature that had made Hathaway suffer had become someone else's prey. Su Luan noticed that the mountain bear was killed by Zhang Tai's bare hands, which was amazing. Although the mountain bear was just a knight-level creature, if a knight fought it with bare hands, he or she would be killed by it in a few seconds. However, the man in front of him could kill it with bare hands, which indicated that he was really powerful. Is he a warrior monk? Sulen thought to himself. Seeing the middle-aged man's appearance, Sulen's first thought was that he was a warrior monk. Sulen jumped off his horse and came to the middle-aged man's side. He asked politely, "Master, are you here to train in the wilderness?" The middle-aged man nodded solemnly but did not say anything. Martial monks had many commandments, one of which was silent meditation. Every time a martial monk received a commandment, their strength would increase. The more commandments they received, the more powerful the martial monk would be. Basically, all warriors monks did not use weapons, except for some special gloves. They also did not wear armor, but this did not mean that they were weak. In fact, the elemental resistance of a warrior monk was very high. They relied on their hands to fight. Although they did not use weapons, they had special techniques that could release powerful destructive power. The most typical one was penetrating force, which was a bug-like existence. It could ignore any armor and directly attack the human body. It was very similar to the effect of hitting a bull through a mountain in the novels of his previous life. There was also the inching forward attack, which was also very strong. It gathered all the power into one point and then exploded in an instant. Most of the time, martial monks would go to the wilderness or other places with harsh environments alone to temper their will. At the same time, they would comprehend the power of nature or the unity of man and nature. Speaking of which, this class had the strongest willpower among all the classes. They were almost immune to most charm spells and mind spells. After experiencing all kinds of cruel tempering, their willpower and beliefs were incomparably firm. Legend has it that legend rank monks can ignore the charm of the succubus queen Mechanut. She is the succubus queen, a legendary existence that can charm gods and make gods fall. From this, it could be seen how perverted these guys were. It was not difficult to become a martial monk. The strength of a martial monk was related to the number of precepts they had received. For example, the advanced class of martial monks was called ascetic monk. The requirements of this class could be said to be abnormal. They were required to completely give up all worldly wealth, fame, and all kinds of material comforts. They did not use any weapons or extraordinary equipment. At the same time, they often went to places with harsh environments to practice and temper their will. These ascetic monks were also the most powerful group of martial monks. After Su Len learned of this class, he directly stayed away. In his mind, if obtaining great power was not for a better life and enjoyment, then what was the use of this power? What was the use of this iron staff? Becoming an ascetic monk was indeed very powerful, but once he violated the precepts, a part of his power would disappear. If he wanted to recover, he would need to undergo another redemption ceremony. Many martial monks gave up in the process of receiving the precepts. Not everyone had the perseverance to give up all kinds of material comforts. For these people, Su Len was still very respectful. These people's will and beliefs were too strong. The martial monk used the mountain bear to exchange some dry food with Su Len. It was not that martial monks did not eat meat, but they did not eat meat when they were practicing. They only drank water and ate some simple dry food. As long as this practice was successful, the strength of the martial monk would be improved by leaps and bounds. If the profession that wizards hated the most was rogues, then the profession that they did not want to face the most was the martial monk. At most, rogues would do some petty theft. They would steal things from the wizard tower when the wizard was not at home. As long as there were enough hidden magic traps, these thieves would die miserably. But martial monks were different. High-grade martial monks had amazing resistance to all kinds of spells, and the attacks of martial monks could directly pass through the magic shield. Facing those martial monks, even high-grade wizards would have a headache. After Su Len had a meal with him, he left with the mountain bear. Originally, he wanted to invite the martial monk to his territory as a guest. After all, many of these martial monks were fighting masters. If he could learn some skills from him, it would be very helpful to improve his strength. Unfortunately, the martial monk refused Su Len's invitation. He had already started practicing, and going to Su Len's territory would affect his practice. When they were cultivating, they would not go near crowded places. In their opinion, crowded places had too much mortal aura, which would affect their communication with nature. At that time, Su Len wanted to say that the highest level was to train one's mind in the mortal world. If one could understand nature and train one's will in the mortal world, then one would be a real master. But after thinking about it, he held back. What if he fooled the martial monk? After returning to the camp, he went to the barracks. In the barracks, the drow Aten was training new recruits. According to Su Len's request, Aten was teaching these new recruits to become qualified scouts. Pay attention to your feet. Aten said in a low voice and then said, as a scout, you must pay attention to your feet because you need to often go to dangerous areas. There are many traps in many places. Once you make a mistake, it means that your life has entered the countdown. The enemy will not give you a second chance. Look carefully, your footsteps must be light and alert at all times. You have to make yourself as agile as a cat. That's how you can live for a long time. Don't take too big a step. Remember the places you have walked. When you retreat, try to walk where you have walked before so that it is not easy to step on traps. Chapter 104. The weapon in your hand is your only guarantee. Hold it tight. You need to use it to protect yourself at critical moments. Aten was training a recruit seriously. Even when Su Len arrived, he was not distracted at all. However, the recruit was distracted when he saw Su Len. He was then smashed to the ground with a wooden stick. If you were on the battlefield just now, you would be dead. You can't be distracted in battle. You don't have a second life to make up for your mistakes. I'm sorry, instructor. The recruit ignored the pain and got up from the ground. His expression became serious and he started training again. Perhaps in front of the Lord, the young man wanted to show off. This time, his attacks were much fiercer. Aiton was still calm. He blocked and instructed, "You can't be impatient at any time. Look at other people's attacks clearly. Don't rush to attack. When facing attacks, you have to learn to dodge. Scouts don't have shields, but that doesn't mean they can't defend. You have to learn to parry with weapons. Don't worry about the means in close combat." The recruit had just parried the wooden sword when he was kicked in the crotch by Aiton. It's not only swords that can threaten you. Enemies on the battlefield will do anything. The poor recruit lay on the ground in pain. Fortunately, Aiton had restrained his strength. Otherwise, it would have been a complete loss. Stand up. Although the cruel training method made these recruits suffer, it also allowed them to grow quickly. Well, today's training will end here. If you want to become a qualified scout, you still need to learn a lot. Remember to practice more when you go back. Aiton threw the wooden sword on the weapon rack and walked to Sulen. "Monseigneur, you're here," the drow said respectfully. "Yes." Sulen nodded and pointed to the young man who was leaving. "How's the training going?" "Monseigneur, although they learn quickly, their strength is still far from enough." Aiton hesitated for a moment before saying, "Monseigneur, these people don't have a good foundation. Their future achievements are limited." Of course, Sulen knew that these people had poor foundations. However, with the system's bonuses, their levels would increase after participating in a few more battles. However, it was basically impossible for them to break through to become heroes unless Sulen was willing to let them use their self-created hero templates. Most importantly, this item was too rare. So far, he had only obtained one. It would be a waste to use it on these people. The last time he hunted an Ankeg, he only received some EXP and no treasure chest. After the water supply system was completed, the construction of the public baths in the territory was also completed. Due to Sulen's mandatory requirement, both humans and barbarians were forced to bathe every day. After a period of time, even without Sulen's request, they would involuntarily bathe. Although the Northgard castle was not big and had a small population, it was the best in terms of hygiene and hygiene among humans. Public baths, good hygiene can make you healthier and the city more prosperous. Hygiene +5, health +5, prosperity +3, of course. In addition to the public bathrooms, Su Luan also built a number of high-end baths. These bathrooms were built with marble, and the inside was also carefully carved by a sculptor. They were designed for the use of rich businessmen and nobles. If he asked these people to bathe in the public baths with ordinary people, they would definitely refuse. The social class system in this world was much stricter than in his previous life. If you asked a noble and a commoner to use the same baths, they would feel that you were insulting them and would immediately fall out with you. Sulen naturally would not make such a mistake. Although he advocated equality in his previous life, the various clubs were not open to ordinary people. After the public baths were completed, Sulen added a decree to the town. Anyone who entered the town, regardless of race, had to clean themselves up before they could live in the town. The promulgation of this decree made many people speculate whether Su Luan was a germaphobe. However, no matter how much they criticized him, they had to follow Sulen's instructions. Because the brick kiln factory had to produce a large amount of bricks, relying solely on manual labor was too slow. Sulen planned to build a water wheel here to provide power. There were many processes in the brick kiln factory that required a lot of manual labor. Crushing clay, mixing water, pressing bricks, cutting strips, and cutting embryos could all be done with machinery. Sulen also wanted to try and see if he could make a simple production machine with the help of water power. He was already very familiar with the construction of the water wheel. This time, Sulen did not use gear links. Instead, he chose to use belts. After all, gear links were too time-consuming and expensive. The brick kiln factory did not need such complicated equipment. If overly complicated equipment was damaged, Su Len would have to personally repair it. Therefore, the equipment here was simpler and easier to repair. Crushing clay and mixing clay did not require much precision. It was better to use belts. However, ordinary belts were easily deformed and would need to be replaced soon. In the end, Su Len asked Hathaway for some leftovers of the Gale tiger's skin to make belts. At the same time, he also boiled some glue from the water monster's body. He used the glue to glue the Gale tiger's skin into 3 layers. After that, he made the belts. The belts made in this way finally met the requirements. They were much better than the belts used in factories in his previous life. It took him 3 days to complete the basic equipment. Water wheel, sturdiness plus 15, durability plus 18, hydraulic transmission plus 20, water lifting plus 16, disintegrator, mechanical power plus 15, crushing plus 17, smooth operation plus 17, mixer, mechanical power plus 15, uniform speed mixing plus 18, smooth operation plus 16, conveyor, sturdiness plus 18, abrasion resistance plus 15, power transmission plus 18. Although these machines were simple, they were sturdy and durable. They were easy to maintain and would not break easily. As the water wheel slowly rotated, the disintegrator rotated along with the belt. A large amount of clay was poured into the disintegrator. After adding other ingredients, the clay was crushed into fine particles. The crushed clay was poured into the mixer and mixed with water. Soon, the clay was formed. After that, it was rolled and cut into shape and sent to the warehouse to dry in the shade. The process of drying in the shade took a long time. After the bricks were dried in the shade, they were sent to the kiln to be calcined. Only then could they produce sturdy and durable bricks. Although such bricks and stones were not as strong as the wall made by directly mining large pieces of rock, they were not much worse. After the bricks and stones were built, Su Luen released a mud to stone, and after merging them into one, they would not be worse than the rock wall. Compared to digging rocks, the cost of bricks was much lower. More importantly, the expansion of the city and the construction of houses required a large amount of bricks. P.S. Thank you to Bai and for the 200 coins tip. Fu Meng thanks you. Chapter 105. The houses in the town were no longer built using bricks. The houses that were built this way did not look good. They were only used as temporary housing. Now that the brick kiln factory had been built, the houses in the future would be built with bricks. Sullen's plan had divided the inner and outer city into 5 zones. 2 residential zones, 1 trading zone, 1 military zone, and 1 noble zone. The 2 residential zones were divided into the rich zone and the commoner zone. Apart from selling some of the houses to the slaves and commoners, the rest of the houses would be sold. Other than the trading zone, a large number of shops and a commercial street were planned to be built in the trading zone. The military zone was close to the inner city. According to Sullen's plan, the city could accommodate 30,000 to 50,000 people after it was completed. Since they had a good water supply system, Su Len planned to build a few fountains in the town. Apart from the large fountains in the noble zone and the commercial zone, the rest of the fountains were scattered around the city. Su Len had already planned everything in advance when the city was being developed. At the same time, he had also reserved a lot of empty land for the development of the town. The first rays of the morning sun shone on the wasteland. A caravan was traveling through the wasteland toward the Northgard fortress. The caravan was not traveling at a fast pace. A group of people in tattered clothes was following the caravan. Judging by their appearance, they were most likely refugees. Since Su Len had set a rule that only a certain number of refugees could trade with him, the caravans had no choice but to follow the rule. The refugees in front of them were brought here by the caravan. In order to ensure that the caravan would not be half-hearted, Su Len rewarded each refugee with a kinnar. Daddy Khan, when will we arrive at the Northgard fortress? A skinny boy who looked like he was only 13 or 14 years old asked the middle-aged man leading the caravan. Little Kevin, go back to the team and don't run around, the middle-aged man said. The middle-aged man said, "This is the wilderness. There are goblins, kobolds, and gnolls who eat humans everywhere. Their favorite food is tender children like you. Daddy Khan, I've grown up. I'm not afraid of those stinky goblins, kobolds, and gnolls," little Kevin said while waving his little fist. "Is that so?" Little Kevin has grown up. Khan smiled and patted his head with his big, rough hand. "Daddy Khan, don't touch my head. I'm not a kid anymore," Kevin said unhappily. Good, good, good. Little Kevin has grown up. "Father Khan, you still haven't told me how long it will take for us to reach the Northgard fortress," asked Kevin. "The steward said that if everything goes well, we will arrive at the northern fortress this afternoon." The middle-aged man looked at the caravan and said, "When we arrive at the northern fortress, we can eat our fill. Little Kevin won't have to starve. When we get there, we'll have a house to live in, clothes to wear, and food to eat. We won't have to suffer from the cold in winter, and we'll have meat to eat." When little Kevin heard about meat, he couldn't help but gulp. "Is there really meat to eat?" "Of course, there will be meat for sure," said Khan firmly. "Enemy attack. Get into formation." At that moment, a mercenary on a horse rushed in from the front. Khan's expression changed when he heard that there was an enemy attack. He quickly put little Kevin on the cart and ordered the others to hide behind the caravan. The caravan immediately stopped when they heard that there was an enemy attack. The long caravan began to form a circle. All the mercenaries and caravan guards took out their weapons. Even the strong refugees were organized and given weapons. Soon, about 15 minutes later, the caravan completed the circle. At that moment, a large number of monsters appeared in the wilderness in the distance. "It's gnolls. We're doomed." After seeing the monsters clearly, the refugees almost broke down when they saw the gnolls that were everywhere. These refugees used to live near the city. Those territories had been developed for hundreds of years. As long as they didn't leave the city, there wouldn't be any gnolls. Even goblins and kobolds would be killed by the patrolling soldiers. They had never seen so many gnolls in the wilderness. "I don't want to die. I'm not married yet." One of the refugees broke down and cried. "I shouldn't have believed their bullsh*t and come to the northern fortress. I want to go home." "Shut up." The captain of the guards grabbed the refugee who was making the most noise and placed the long sword in his hand against the refugee's neck. "If you dare to disturb the morale of the troops again, I'll kill you with my sword." Seeing the refugee nod his head, the captain humphed coldly and let him go. "I'm telling you, the gnolls outside won't take prisoners. Once the caravan formation is broken, the guards and mercenaries might have a chance to fight our way out, but you will definitely die. Gnolls like to eat human flesh. They will kill you and eat you as soon as possible. Don't even think about surrendering. As for running away, the closest northern fortress is 30 kilometers away. You won't be able to outrun those monsters in the wilderness. So, you only have one choice, and that is to pick up your weapons and kill all the gnolls, or hold on until the reinforcements from the northern fortress arrive. There is no other choice. If you want to live, pick up your weapons, listen to the command, and fight them. Fight! Fight! The mercenaries and guards around the caravan roared together. The refugees who were trembling in fear a moment ago also regained their courage at this moment. Seeing the morale of the troops rising, the captain of the guards let out a sigh of relief. If those people's morale had collapsed, the guards and mercenaries would have been affected as well. If that happened, they would be in a really bad situation. After boosting the morale of the troops, the captain of the guards hurried to a carriage. There were already 2 people waiting in the carriage. "Vader, what's the situation now?" the manager of the caravan asked anxiously. "We've just calmed them down. The morale of the troops is not bad. We should be able to hold on for a while. There are too many gnolls this time. We can't fight them off at all. Now we need to light the beacon and ask for help from the northern fortress. Then light it up. Ask for help from the northern fortress. We brought hundreds of refugees with us this time. They are all urgently needed by the northern fortress. They will come. The manager of the caravan clenched his teeth and said. Asking for help from the northern fortress was not without a price. Sulen was not a charity. It would cost at least 500 Kinnar coins. As the manager of the caravan, he naturally had to reduce the cost to the minimum and maximize the profits at the same time. Selling sugar could earn him 4,000 to 5,000 gold coins. Paying 1/10 of that was enough to make his heart ache. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they did not want to ask for help from the northern fortress. After making up their minds, no one hesitated anymore. The captain of the guards immediately lit the beacon in the middle of the caravan formation. Thick smoke rose into the air. The weather in the wasteland was clear today. The beacon was clearly visible in the wasteland. Soon, 3 pillars of smoke rose from the caravan formation. P.S. Thank you, Dawn and Night Rain, for the 100 Chidian coins tip. Thank you, Shimo Rujin, for the 999 Chidian coins tip. Thank you, King, Cold Boy, for the 200 Chidian coins tip. Chapter 106. Sulen's territory spanned 20 kilometers. In order to give early warnings, he had set up a few beacon towers around his territory and arranged for people to watch over them. Every day, the soldiers would pass by the beacon towers when they patrolled, and they would light up the beacon as soon as they discovered any enemy. There's a situation. There was nothing in the open wilderness. Standing on the beacon tower, they could clearly see the 3 beacons in the distance. That direction should be the caravan calling for help. Light the beacon. Soon, the beacon tower lit up, and the patrolling barbarian guards gathered at the beacon tower. Sulen, who was patrolling the territory, also hurried over. Soon, Sulen met the patrolling barbarian warriors at the beacon tower. Boss, the caravan must be in danger, and lit up the beacon to ask for help. Johnson, who had arrived earlier, said. Bring some people to rescue them. Sulen looked at the distant beacon and ordered, be careful on the way, don't get ambushed. Don't worry, boss. Johnson grinned and led 20 barbarian warriors to help. The weakest of these barbarian warriors was a barbarian warrior, and the strongest was a barbarian great axe berserker. With Johnson, although there were only 20 of them, it was more than enough to deal with an army of 1,000. Although the native tribes in the wilderness had many people, they were far inferior to the human army in terms of probability and equipment. They would be easily defeated in a few charges. Unless they encountered the ogre tribe from last time. However, after Sulen wiped out the Warhammer ogre tribe and piled up their heads, no ogre came here anymore. The caravan had more than 24 wheeled carriages. These carriages formed a large circle, and the carriages were connected by ropes or chains. The carriages were also equipped with large amounts of wooden planks. It seemed that the defense was good. Behind the circle of carriages, the refugees held spears, and the caravan guards and mercenaries were next to them. With a roar, hundreds of gnolls began to attack, followed by a large number of gnomes and kobolds. The monsters rushed to the front of the carts in a mess, and a rain of arrows shot out from the carts. A dozen of these monsters without armor were killed, but compared to the army of monsters, they were insignificant. The mercenaries relied on the carts to resist. These mercenaries cooperated well with each other. Kobolds and goblins were stabbed to death in front of the carts, and arrows were shot out from the carts. Soon, the carts were filled with monster corpses. However, in the face of such casualties, these monsters did not retreat at all. The tall gnolls also rushed forward. These gnolls looked tattered, but each of them had a decent metal weapon. Although those weapons were obviously crudely made, they still had good lethality. The rough mace hit the shield, and the shield creaked. There were many cracks on it, and it was obvious that the shield wouldn't be able to last much longer. The human mercenary holding the spear held his breath. The moment the gnoll attacked again, the spear shot out like a dragon and instantly pierced the gnoll's heart. However, even though he had killed one gnoll, there were more gnolls surrounding him. Under the heavy blows of the spiked club, wood chips flew everywhere, and finally, with a bang, it was smashed into pieces. The archers in the back continuously shot their bows, and their arms were sore and weak. They could no longer shoot. Without the support of the archers, the carts were in even more danger. A refugee's spear pierced through a gnoll's chest, and then his head was smashed by a mace. Before his corpse could fall, it was torn to pieces by the gnolls. The gnolls gulped down the human flesh. Scarlet blood flowed out from the gaps between their sharp teeth, making them look even more ferocious and terrifying. Some of the more cowardly humans were so scared that their bodies trembled. They couldn't even hold their weapons properly, and the carts were about to collapse. At that moment, a dozen or so strong figures suddenly rushed out from the carts. These people wore armor and held sharp swords. As soon as they appeared, they rushed towards the gnolls. The swords in their hands were aimed at the gnolls' vital points. The swords quickly slit the throats and hearts, and the figures left without stopping. The sudden attack caught the gnolls off guard. In just a few breaths, a dozen or so gnolls fell to the ground, clutching their throats and hearts. After attacking for a while, these people did not linger and retreated to the carts. The shield wielders and spear wielders moved forward again, using the carts to keep the monsters outside. After resting for a while in the rear of the carts, the archers began to shoot again. However, compared to the previous rain of arrows, there were only a few arrows, and their strength was far inferior. Several jack-o'-lanterns were hit by the arrows, but they still did not retreat. Furthermore, the arrows soon stopped once again. More and more gnolls rushed up. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they attacked with all their might. They did not even try to dodge the attacks, and they fought without any regard for their lives. This kind of ferocious fighting style made it difficult for the humans to breathe. Seeing that the carts were once again in danger, the guard captain led a dozen or so warriors to charge out of the carts. Their attacks were still as fierce as before, but this time, the gnolls were prepared. Even though the results were quite good, some of the warriors who could not dodge in time were hit by the spiked clubs. Their chests caved in, and they coughed up blood. Some of the blood was even mixed with pieces of their organs. It seemed that they would not survive. Even though they had paid a price, the carts once again stabilized. The spear wielders and shield wielders worked even better together. The shield wielders blocked the gnolls' attacks, and the spear wielders took the opportunity to stab at the gnolls' vital points. In the face of the endless gnolls, the casualties of the humans were increasing. Many of the sword and shield soldiers were continuously attacked. Their shields were broken, and their bones and tendons were broken. Some of the gnolls threw away their weapons and jumped over the carriages, trying to bite the enemy. However, most of them were stabbed in the chest by the warriors in the carts, and their heads were cut off. Under the gnolls' reckless attacks, the humans were completely suppressed. Even if the guard captain led the warriors to charge again, the effect was very limited. Even though they killed some gnolls, a few more warriors were killed by the gnolls without caring about the casualties. The boards on the carts were all shattered, and the chains used to connect the carts were violently cut off. The wooden stakes used to fix the carts were all broken. Seeing that there was hope for victory, the gnolls' morale became higher and higher, while the humans in the carts looked desperate. Chapter 107. The battle between the humans and the gnolls had reached its climax. In order to survive, all the mercenaries, guards, and refugees were doing their best. A gnoll had just smashed a human mercenary to death with its mace. Before it could retrieve its weapon, a spear pierced its throat and smelly blood gushed out. Before he could pull out his spear, a mace had already smashed his head into pieces. Under the continuous impact of the carts, a gap was finally created. The gnolls swarmed forward, wanting to rush in and kill the humans around them. The captain of the guards immediately led his men to block the gnolls. For a time, the humans and gnolls fought fiercely in this narrow passage. Because of the narrow space, the gnolls' heavy mace could not be used at all. Instead, they were killed by the humans. However, this situation only lasted for a few minutes. The gap in the carts grew bigger and bigger, and the humans' resistance became weaker and weaker. The sounds of fighting on the battlefield spread far and wide. The animals in the wilderness had long fled the area in fear. The thick smell of blood covered the battlefield. Johnson finally arrived at the edge of the battlefield with the barbarian warriors. Their arrival did not attract the attention of the gnolls. The fierce battle had caused the gnolls to ignore their surroundings. Johnson suddenly attacked from behind with more than 20 barbarian warriors. These barbarians were wearing iron armor and wielded sharp giant axes in their hands. The gnolls did not expect the enemy to appear from behind. By the time they wanted to turn around and face the enemy, it was already too late. After activating Charge and Whirlwind Slash, the barbarians had become efficient killing machines. All the monsters in their way were crushed by the sharp giant axes. These barbarians were at least barbarian warrior level. They were very powerful. The sharp giant axes they wielded were like chopping vegetables. The giant axes swept across, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. They were even able to cut the gnolls' mace in half. The blades of the axes tore through flesh and bones. Colorful organs scattered on the ground, and then were stepped into the mud by the boots of the gnolls. The 20 barbarian warriors were like 20 sharp blades, tearing the entire battlefield into countless small pieces. The Jackallan army suffered heavy losses in a short period of time. The mercenaries, who were struggling to resist, suddenly felt the pressure on them lessen. The gnolls, who were originally surrounding the carts, turned around and rushed towards the barbarians. But this time, they obviously kicked an iron plate. Anger and brutality could not make them strong. When they saw their companions being cut down like wheat, death and fear once again took over. Facing the barbarian warriors on the side of the killing god, the morale of the gnolls collapsed. They scattered in all directions, trying to escape. The humans, who were originally prepared to fight to the death, saw that the gnolls were defeated. Their morale soared, and they rushed out of the carts to chase after the gnolls. It was just that they were already exhausted and had no strength to chase after him after relaxing just now. The barbarian warriors stopped after completely defeating the gnolls. Their mission was to rescue the caravan, not to kill the gnolls. After the caravan people cleaned up the battlefield, the caravan set off again. Johnson was by their side as a guard. The mercenaries and guards were very respectful towards the 20 barbarian warriors. They had seen with their own eyes how powerful these barbarian warriors were. When the refugees found out that these barbarian warriors were from the northern castle, they were even more curious about it. With such powerful warriors, it must be very safe. Northern castle in the endless wasteland. The first thing that appeared on the ground was a black dragon. The guards and mercenaries who had been here before screamed excitedly. This journey was very unforgettable for them. Many people had disappeared in this distance. At the same time, they also needed a safe place to rest and recover. The attitude of the guards and mercenaries made the refugees sigh in relief. In order to survive, they dragged their families and risked their lives to cross the 300-mile wasteland. Now, they were finally at the end. Khan was lucky that he didn't die in the last battle. Instead, he killed 2 gnolls with the mercenaries, which improved his relationship with the guards a lot. The refreshing wind blew across the wasteland, and the black line in the distance became more and more obvious. Soon, they found a neat gravel road under their feet. The road snaked all the way to the town in the distance. Large tracts of farmland began to appear. At this point, they could finally clearly see the long dragon crawling on the ground. It was a majestic building that looked like a viaduct. One side was connected to the river, and the other side was connected to the town. On the river, there were 4 giant things that looked like wheels. Everything in front of them was very shocking to the refugees who had lived in the northern provinces since they were young. The vision of the civilians in this world was very limited. Many of them had never been more than 30 kilometers away from a village in their entire lives. When they saw such a majestic building in front of them, they were all shocked. The Northgard fortress appeared on top of the mound. It wasn't a big place, but the environment was astonishing. Thousands of goblins, houndhead men, and gnolls were working under the whips of the overseers outside the fortress. The invincible aura they exuded fascinated the refugees. The closer they got to the Northgard castle, the more shocked they felt. Those ferocious gnolls, goblins, and kobolds were as small as dust under their feet. "We'll be there soon." After fighting together, the guards of the caravan had become a lot more familiar with Khan. They looked at this rough-looking man and said with a smile, "When you get to the town, someone will make arrangements for you. As long as you work hard in the Northgard Castle, you will have enough to eat. If you work hard for a few years, you can buy farmland and a house. The Sulen Monsignor is a powerful and benevolent noble. You don't have to worry about your safety here. However, you have to be careful. There are a lot of rules here. You must follow them seriously, or you will be punished severely." "Brother, what are the rules here? Can you tell me about them?" Khan said worriedly. "It's nothing, actually. The Lord here is a little obsessed with cleanliness. He says that everyone has to pay attention to hygiene, bathe frequently, and don't litter or pee anywhere. Otherwise, if you get caught by the security, the lightest punishment would be cleaning the toilets and the streets," the guard said after some hesitation. The guard hesitated for a moment before replying. Furthermore, when he mentioned cleaning the toilets and sweeping the streets, his eyes flickered a few times as if he still had a lingering fear. "Of course, apart from these strict rules, this place is actually quite nice. As long as you work for the Lord, you can eat 2 free meals a day. There is even fish meat inside." Chapter 108. Fish? Is there really meat? Khan said in surprise. "Of course," the guard said with a smile. "All right, we have to go to the market now. See you later." He patted Khan's shoulder and left. The refugees in the caravan had a place to settle down. There was a special shelter outside the town. All the refugees that came to the territory had to gather here first. "Kevin, don't run around. Follow me closely," Khan said to the boy behind him. He then held Kevin's hand in one hand and a young woman's hand in the other as they walked towards the shelter. There were a dozen security guards around to maintain order. These refugees were very curious about the northern fortress. In their eyes, this place was too clean. The cobblestone road was spotless. There was no smell of feces in the air. There was no obvious stench on the people's bodies. It was different from all the cities they had seen along the way. There were even flowers and plants on both sides of the road. "Khan, is that a bridge?" the girl asked as she pointed at the aqueduct not far away. "I don't know. The bridge should be on top of the river. It's too majestic." The most eye-catching structure in the northern fortress was the aqueduct. In this era, there were very few structures that were more than 10 meters tall, let alone a structure that was a few kilometers long and 35 meters tall. In the eyes of the refugees, it was a miracle. As they walked along the flat gravel road, there were many people observing this group of refugees. However, no one disturbed them because they also had their own jobs. If they were found to be lazy, then their points would definitely be deducted. Their points were related to their future farmland and housing. They could not afford to be careless. Khan and the others soon arrived at the refugee shelter. The officials at the shelter took out a piece of parchment paper to check and register all the refugees. After everyone was registered, they were led to a public bathroom at the side to take a bath. Surprisingly, everyone was given 2 sets of clothes. Although they were only coarse linen clothes, they were much better than what they were wearing. "Everyone, listen up. After you've showered, change into new clothes. Someone will bring you to have a meal. Throw your old clothes here. Those who don't change into new clothes won't get to eat," a worker said to the refugees. After that, all the refugees entered the public bathhouse in batches to take a shower. After bathing and changing into new clothes, the refugees no longer looked like beggars. After that, Khan brought his wife and Kevin to have dinner with the staff member. The place to eat was very close to here. Everyone was assigned a plate and spoon and then lined up to get the rice. Surprisingly, apart from a portion of mashed potatoes, everyone also had a portion of fish soup. The last time Khan had eaten meat was when he caught a rabbit a few months ago. He did not expect to have fish soup to drink as soon as he arrived here. A bowl of fish soup was not much, and everyone finished it clean. Even the fish bones were licked until there was not a trace of meat left. After the meal, the previous staff member led them to their rooms. Those with families were assigned according to their families. Those who were single were assigned to a room. The room was newly built. Although it was not big, it was clean and tidy. There were already blankets inside. Compared to where they used to live, this place could be said to be heaven. Soon, a guard came to tell them that they could not go to those places. Those places were forbidden. At the same time, there were various rules and laws in the territory. At the same time, the house they were living in now did not belong to them. It was only for them to stay temporarily. If they wanted to live in a house, they would need to exchange money and points. Apart from today's food, from tomorrow onwards, they would need to work to obtain food. Every day, they would earn points and money according to their work. If they wanted to obtain better food, better housing, or farmland, they would need to work hard. If they had skills, they could also report to their superiors and undergo an assessment. After passing the assessment, they would be assigned to suitable positions such as masons, blacksmiths, carpenters, brewers, carvers, and so on. Women who knew how to cook and sew clothes were all advantages. If they did not have skills, it was fine too. They could do manual labor such as manual labor or digging. The daily pay was at least 30 copper nars, and the highest was 70 copper nars. The pay was a little lower than in Cult City, but working in Northgard Castle provided meals every day, and at least one meal had meat and points. Points were very important here. If one wanted to buy farmland or a house, they would need a certain amount of points. If they did not have enough points, they would have to pay double or even triple the price. Houses and land. After hearing these words, Khan's eyes instantly became burning hot. As a commoner, he had 3 brothers. However, only his eldest brother had the right to inherit his father's land and house. He and his younger brother could only leave home when they reached adulthood and work for the nobles. If the nobles did not need them, they would have to go to the city to find work and become refugees. To them, nothing was more attractive than land and houses. If they could get a piece of land, they would be able to gain a foothold in Northgard Castle. It cost a lot of points to exchange for land and houses. Ordinary people would have to work hard for about 3 years to get a piece of land or a house. Of course, if they were married, it would be much faster. Of course, if they didn't want to use this method to exchange points for houses and farmlands, they could also sign up for the army. The North Town Fort also had a military merit system for soldiers. Compared to the points, the cost of exchanging for farmlands and houses was much lower. As long as they participated in killing a few enemies, they could earn enough points to exchange for land and houses. At the same time, what was even more exciting was that when they reached a certain level of military points, they could exchange for a noble title from the Lord. Of course, this noble title was the lowest level of knighthood. This title did not come with land. It only gave them some benefits in the territory and a higher status. Other than that, there were no other benefits. However, there were still many people who wanted to exchange for knighthood. Khan clenched his fists. Today, he had killed 2 gnolls on the battlefield. Although it was a joint effort, it gave him the courage to join the army. Although he had only been here for less than a day, Khan was full of affection for this place. This was because in this city, he saw something that he would never see anywhere else: hope. P.S. Thank you to Fenger for the 100 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to 201908031022258555 for the 200 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to Lonely for the 100 Chidian coins tip. Chapter 109. The civilians in this world were actually very easy to satisfy. As long as you gave them hope, they would burst forth with shocking power. You didn't have to pay too much. Just give them a chance, and they would work hard. They wanted houses, fields, and a better life. All of this required them to work hard. In the Northtown Castle, Su Len was instilling a habit, and that was to rely on their own hard work to earn a better life. The next day, the new refugees went to the test site and work site. Those who didn't have skills went to work, and those who did had to go to the test site. Khan was going to sign up for the army. His wife was going to do some tailoring. Even little Kevin was going to sign up for work. There was a lot of work to be done in the Northtown Castle. With Sulan's decision to expand the outer city, the entire outer city became a construction site. There were too many houses to be built, a lot of building materials to be transported, and all kinds of living materials to be made. It could be said that there was a need for manpower everywhere. Khan had killed a knoll manager, and his physical fitness was also qualified. He successfully joined the army and became a new recruit. After becoming a new recruit, he had to train in the camp for 3 months to half a year. He could only officially join the army after passing the test. Although he couldn't go to the battlefield and earn military merits, as a new recruit, he would earn points as long as he met the standards of his daily training. On the first day of entering the camp, Khan didn't expect that their instructor would be a drow. In the legends of the human kingdoms, the drow was an evil existence. But here in the Northtown Castle, a drow was their instructor. Although he was confused, when he thought of the rules that the soldiers read out, Khan put away all his thoughts. The training was hard. The drow was very cold, and he would punish anyone who made a mistake. But the things he taught were very useful. For a better life, Khan gritted his teeth and persevered. When it was time for lunch, Khan realized that the food in the camp was much more sumptuous than yesterday. In addition to a piece of black bread and a bowl of fish soup, every soldier was given a piece of grilled meat. The meat was the size of a palm and was grilled to a crisp on the outside. Khan almost swallowed his tongue. The sumptuous lunch made him want to be a soldier who cooperated with him even more. Therefore, during the afternoon training, Khan became even more diligent. At night, the food in the barracks was still sumptuous. After the training ended, all the recruits left the barracks and returned to their living quarters. Returning to the small house once again, the other people in the surrounding rooms had also returned one after another. Although their bodies were exhausted after a busy day, these people who were still refugees yesterday were in high spirits. Some children were even playing around in the courtyard, and the adults would occasionally reprimand them. Seeing this scene, Khan suddenly felt much more at ease in his heart. Wasn't this scene what he had yearned for the most in the past? As long as he worked hard, he would be able to fill his stomach and feed his family. When he had enough points and money, he would be able to buy a piece of farmland that belonged to him. Su Len was lying in the Lord's castle, reading a book. It was the latest popular night novel in Cult City, called A Golden Scale Is Not a Fish in the Pond. The main content of the book was about a commoner who worked hard to become a knight. Then, step by step, he became stronger and stronger, and finally, he brought his wives to own his own territory and live a happy life together. The plot was full of ups and downs, and Su Len finished the novel in one breath. After finishing it, he felt a little bored, and it reminded him of many things from his previous life. I wonder if Tokyo is still hot, if the people are still vegetarian, if the sea breeze in the Caribbean is still salty, if the art in the San Fernando Valley is still full of youth and sweat. Su Len casually placed the book in the innermost part of the bookshelf and stretched his body. Then, he walked out of the room and headed to the blacksmith's shop. He had obtained 5 sets of ankheg shells last time. Calculating the time, it should be almost done. Su Len rode his horse all the way to the blacksmith's shop. The whole territory was undergoing construction, and the refugees who had just arrived were also immersed in all kinds of work. The whole territory was thriving, and Su Len was very satisfied with the scene in front of him. When he arrived at the blacksmith's shop, Bruce personally came out to welcome Su Len when he heard that he had arrived. "Bruce, have the ankheg shells been processed?" Su Len asked directly. "Monseigneur, all the shells have been processed. A total of 5 sets of full-body plate armor and 50 shields have been made," Bruce said respectfully. Then, he ordered the other apprentices to bring the completed armor and shields over. Su Len casually picked up a set of plate armor. The armor was black in color and simple in design. He pressed his fingers on the armor with a little force. The armor was very tough, and the entire set of armor was very light. Plate armor, unnamed, material, Ankheg carapace, weight, lightweight. This armor is made using the hardest part of an Ankheg's carapace. Its defense is astonishing, yet it is extremely light. It is a rare treasure armor. Defense +3, toughness +2, lightness +2, acid resistance +10. This type of armor, which had the defense of a plate armor but only the weight of a light armor, was quite expensive. A brand new set of normal plate armor would cost around 1,000 gold nars. Since this type of light armor didn't have the weakness of metal armor against acid arrows, it was normal for the price to be several times higher. Many families would treat such a set of plate armor as a family heirloom. If Su Len was willing to sell it, he could easily sell it for 4,000 to 5,000 kinar. After inspecting the 5 plates, Su Len looked at the shields made from the Ankheg shells. The surface area of the Ankheg shells was very large, so Brock had made them into large shields. Each shield was 1.3 meters tall and 90 centimeters wide. It was second only to a tower shield. Su Len picked up a shield and tested it. The shield was very tough, and the quality of the shields was also very light. Large shield, unnamed, material, Ankheg shell, weight, light. This shield was made using the Ankheg shells. It has amazing defense and is very light. Defense +3, toughness +2, acid resistance +8, there were more than 50 of these shields. Su Len planned to use them to train a group of heavy armor. Although the barbarian guards were strong, they were more used to attacking. This time, Su Len planned to build a defensive army. Once the barbarians went berserk, their entire command system would be paralyzed. The only thing they could think of was recklessness. They could charge and break through enemy lines, but they could not be counted on. The territory needed a group of heavy infantry, and these shields were light and tough. They were just right for the job. Chapter 110. Sullen's hero template came with the Lancer, which was the most common soldier type. It took a short time to train and was cheap. Of course, after a few upgrades, it was still very strong. Another point was that although the Lancer was not very good, it was the prerequisite for activating a few special soldier types. For example, the special soldier types Formation Breaker and Great Halberd Warrior required the Lancer to advance. There were many other special soldier types in the system. For example, the special soldier type White Horse Cavalry, the special soldier type Tiger Leopard Cavalry, the special soldier type Mountain Cavalry, the special soldier type Unparalleled Flying Army, the special soldier type Crossbow Soldier, the special soldier type Eagle Archer, and so on. There were also some powerful soldier types that the system did not introduce. Su Len could only choose from the Formation Breaker and Great Halberd Warrior. Of these two, Su Len was more inclined towards the Formation Breaker. The system's evaluation of this unit was very simple. Every attack, no one is undefeated. Moreover, this unit was equipped with heavy infantry. To advance to this special soldier type, one must first upgrade the Lancer to the highest level and become the Spear Guard. Only then would one have the opportunity to advance to the Formation Breaker. The Lancer's initial advancement was the Recruit, Lancer, Elite Lancer, Heavy Armor Lancer, and finally the Spear Guard. Only the Spear Guard had the qualifications to advance to the Formation Breaker. According to the division of strength, the Heavy Armor Lancer was the Knight level, the Spear Guard was the Grand Knight, and the lowest level of the Formation Breaker was the Knight Commander. This level was not weaker than the Barbarian Axe Berserkers. Moreover, compared to the barbarians who liked to be reckless, the Formation Breaker was very disciplined. If the two sides really fought, the Barbarian Axe Berserker would definitely lose. It was not surprising that the barbarians, with their terrible discipline, would be beaten up by the Formation Breaker. Su Len had already started to form the Lancer and Archer units. However, these two units did not have many people. The Lancer and Archer units were recruited from the refugees who came to the territory. The two units added together only had 40 people. Moreover, these refugees were in poor health. After all, as refugees, many of them did not have enough to eat. The first 1 or 2 months in the military camp were actually for them to nourish their bodies. The intensity of the training could only be said to be average. Only when their bodies recovered would the next step of training be carried out. Sullen's territory could be said to have gained a firm foothold. As long as he was not unlucky enough to be besieged by a large tribe, there would not be any major problems. Therefore, during this period of time, he had also begun to explore the surrounding wilderness. Because the Sierra de Lotus was to the north, a group of Cryopteris lived in the mountains, so he avoided this place and explored the east and south. In the northeast of the territory, there was a centaur tribe. Owen's caravan would go there every once in a while to trade with the centaurs. Although Owen was very cautious every time, Su Len still knew the general direction of the tribe, so he planned to open up a trade route with the centaurs. Owen traded with the centaur tribe for food and weapons in exchange for the centaur longbows and horses. When Owen once again led the caravan to the centaur tribe to trade, Su Len also sent people to form a caravan to follow. However, the goods they brought were different from Owen's. Su Len prepared wine. In the northern wilderness, the winter was very cold, so wine was very popular. However, because of the problem of food production, the wine production was not high. Moreover, it was rarely sold in the northern wilderness. After all, wine was not a necessity. Under Sullen's half-forced request, Owen could only agree to bring Sullen's caravan to the centaur tribe. The construction of the territory was in full swing. The slaves and refugees were working hard. No one noticed that a black dot had appeared in the distant sky. The black dot quickly became bigger. In just a few breaths, the black dot became a huge monster with a wingspan of more than 20 meters. This monster was grayish-white. It had a pair of fleshy bat-like wings, but it was 100 times bigger than a bat. At the end of the wings was a pair of sharp claws. On its head was a sharp beak filled with sharp teeth. Its legs were even more terrifying. It looked very similar to the pterosaurs of the dinosaur era. However, compared to the pterosaurs, this guy was much stronger. Cryopteris. A type of cold Euron. These pterosaurs had flown to Sullen's territory. The territory was currently working. No one noticed Cryopteris. However, as Cryopteris continued to approach, the smell of a superior predator appeared. Dragon. It's a dragon. At this moment, a refugee inadvertently raised his head to take a look. He was completely stunned. What dragon? Hurry up and work. Otherwise, your points will be halved today. The supervisor beside him said impatiently. It's a dragon, a giant dragon. Run. The refugee who reacted threw down his tools and ran away. Seeing that the refugee threw down his tools and ran away, the supervisor shouted angrily, "Come back, you better come back. Your points for today are gone." I still want, at this moment, the surrounding refugees were in an uproar. Dragon, it's a dragon. Run. Run. The evil dragon is here. A strong wind pressure swept across the top of their heads. Many people were directly blown away by the strong wind. The powerful Cryopteris only circled above their heads once. The strong wind brought about by it was enough to throw many refugees off their feet. The surroundings were filled with the screams of monsters and humans who were struggling for their lives. Cryopteris came quickly and left quickly. It only circled once before flying away. Only the group of trembling humans and monster slaves were left behind. A huge black shadow flew into the sky. Cryopteris's ferocious claws grabbed 2 human corpses tightly. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host's territory is under attack by a powerful creature. Just as Su Len was dealing with the matter, the systems suddenly notified him. Then, there was a loud commotion in the town. Sullen's expression changed. He immediately opened the balcony window and walked out to take a look. He saw a huge black shadow flying across the sky above the town. It then flew towards the sky in the north. Cryopteris. After seeing the huge shadow, Su Len immediately recognized that it was an adult Cryopteris. What's going on? Why is Cryopteris here to hunt? Sullen's expression was a little serious. Su Len didn't have time to think about Cryopteris. He immediately went downstairs to calm the people down. Although Cryopteris' attack just now only killed 2 humans, the dragon's influence was too great. If it wasn't handled properly, there would be a large number of refugees in Sullen's territory. Other than calming these people down, the goblins, kobolds, and gnolls in the territory were now in chaos. As an important labor force in the territory, Su Len didn't want them to take the opportunity to escape. Chapter 111. Luckily, the Cryopteris didn't cause too much damage. All the refugees hid in their rooms. Although many of the slaves had escaped, the situation was quickly controlled by the barbarian guards. Other than the 2 refugees who died, there are 13 people who were injured. 9 of them were injured by the strong wind, 2 were sprained, and 2 were trampled. A worker reported the casualties to Su Len. I understand. What's the situation with the slaves? Su Len nodded and asked another person. Monsignor, 43 slaves escaped. The rest are locked up in the slave camp. There were 12 slaves who tried to escape but were killed by the barbarian guards. Let's stop working today and let them rest for a day to recover. We'll continue working tomorrow. Oh, and give them a good dinner. Su Len thought for a moment and ordered. The same goes for the refugees. Send someone to comfort the dead and give them some compensation. Also, immediately build a watchtower. There must be 2 soldiers on it at all times to check the situation in the sky. If they discover any enemy, they must warn them immediately. The security team will maintain order. When they hear the warning, send them to a safe place to hide immediately. Arrange for people to guard the crossbows. If there are any wyverns or other creatures that invade, prepare to attack immediately. Su Len methodically assigned tasks to them. At the same time, he set up a warning system to prevent the wyverns from attacking again. At the same time, he arranged for people to guard the crossbows and be ready to attack at any time. After arranging everything, Su Len let out a sigh of relief and let the people go do their own things. Master, are you going to look for the Cryopteris? Chris walked over with a cup of black tea. Yes. Su Len took a sip of the black tea and said. Su Len, are you really going to slay the wyverns? Hathaway said in surprise as she pushed up the glasses on her face. If I don't take care of them, am I going to let these wyverns use my territory as a hunting ground? Su Len said with a gloomy face. Slaying a wyvern was not easy. Even a Euron was not easy to kill, let alone a wyvern that could fly. Master, are you confident? I'll go with you. Chris came behind Su Len and put her hands on Sullen's shoulders to massage gently. Sullen's head naturally leaned back and lay on the plump face wash. I need you to take care of the territory. Without you, I won't be at ease. Su Len closed his eyes and said comfortably. Then let Sister Hathaway go with you, along with Johnson and Aiden. What are they going to do? Will you hold us back? Su Luen curled his lips and said. Humph, who are you talking about? Hathaway said angrily. I'm talking about you. You've just become an intermediate wizard. Have you learned all the spells? Su Len said as he glanced at her pair of big bears. He thought to himself, this girl is growing up fast. Humph, Cryopteris can fly. Can you fly? Hathaway looked at Su Len and said. The problem of flying was still a headache for Su Luen. Although he was powerful, he couldn't fly. But Chris could fly, and her flying speed was not slow. Should he let Chris be his mount and take him to fly? Intermediate wizards could also fly, although the flying speed was not very fast. Your flying spell is too slow. If you fly, you'll become a target for those Cryopteris. Su Len shook his head and said. I can help you take down those pterosaurs. Hathaway said proudly. Cryopteris is a cold Euron. Fire spells can do 1.5 to 2 times the damage. Also, these pterosaurs don't have dragon scales. If they are hit, even if they don't lose their ability to fly, their flying speed and height will be greatly reduced. What you said makes sense, but it's too dangerous. You don't have the ability to protect yourself. Once you're targeted by those pterosaurs, you won't be able to escape. Sulen was a little tempted, but he still shook his head and refused. He didn't want his little sister to die. Humph, how do you know I don't have the ability to protect myself? Hathaway wrinkled her nose and took out a delicate little magic staff. She knocked on the table and said. Sulen's interest was piqued. Every time this girl learned a new spell, she liked to show off. What spell did you learn this time? Of course, watch carefully. Hathaway raised her head. Her beautiful face was full of pride. She gently waved the magic staff in her hand. To Sulen's surprise, a light flashed, and Hathaway suddenly disappeared. Invisibility? This isn't just an invisibility spell. I also cast an erasure spell. Not only is my body invisible, but even my scent and footprints can't disappear. Unless I actively attack or break the invisibility spell, those Cryopteris won't be able to find me. Hathaway's voice echoed in the room. What was strange was that Sulen couldn't find her location through her voice. Hee, you want to use sound to find my location? I used ventriloquism. You won't be able to find me, Hathaway said proudly. Sulen scanned the room and indeed didn't find any trace of her. There was no scent in the air either. It was as if she had really disappeared into thin air. At this moment, Sulen suddenly felt a sharp pain on his scalp. A strand of hair was pulled out. You can't find me, right? Hathaway's proud voice sounded again. Sulen could already imagine her smug look now. Since he couldn't see Hathaway, Sulen directly opened the system map and zoomed in on the room he was in. The map clearly marked the location of the three of them. After glancing at the map, Sulen knew where she was hiding. He then got up and pretended to look for her in the room. Just as Hathaway was about to sneak up on him again, Sulen suddenly turned around and hugged her. You can't run away now, right? Hathaway didn't react at all when Sulen suddenly hugged her. How did you find me? Hathaway looked at Sulen in surprise. Suluan nodded and said, Your magic is pretty good. I promise you can come with me. You still haven't answered me. How did you find me? Hathaway asked. That's a secret. Tisk, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Who cares? Hathaway snorted and turned her head away. However, her white and delicate ears perked up. Since he had already decided to slay the dragon, Sulen began to prepare the tools needed to slay the dragon. Fortunately, it was a pterosaur. Although its body was tough, it didn't have dragon scales. The pterosaur's defense would be greatly reduced. Even so, it wasn't easy to hunt this kind of monster. Sulen needed to prepare some things to limit their flying ability. If it was close combat, Sulen was confident that he could kill those pterosaurs. Chapter 112. After the javelins, food, ropes, clothes and other materials were prepared, Suluan left the territory with Hathaway. The Sierra de Lotus, where the Cryopteris lived, was about 300 kilometers away from Sulen's territory. To them, it was just a matter of a few flaps of their wings, but to Sulen, it would take a few days. Fortunately, the black-maned horse that the system had won was very powerful. It could gallop across the wasteland like it was flat ground. Sulen carried Hathaway on the horse's back. Hathaway originally wanted to ride the horse herself. According to her, her horsemanship was very good, but she gave in to Sulen's excellent marksmanship. The black-maned horse ran very steadily. Although Hathaway was tall, she looked small and delicate next to Sulen. She was just right in Sulen's arms. Her whole body was hidden in Sulen's cloak, and only her palm-sized face could be seen. A faint fragrance wafted into his nose. It was an indescribable floral scent. It smelled very comfortable. It was Hathaway's unique scent. Occasionally, a strand of knotty hair would come out of the cloak and run to his neck to tickle him. Hathaway was very interested in the wasteland. Her body leaned against Sullen's warm embrace, and her eyes constantly looked around. However, she soon felt a little bored, and her body moved back to lie more comfortably. Should Sulen open the strategic map to compare and adjust their route? Sulen had obtained the approximate location of Cryopterus from the giant rock. Their barbarian tribe had been forced to move because they were in Cryopterus hunting range. With the arrival of these Cryopterus, the other races and predators in the wasteland would choose to leave. Cryopterus would consciously hunt these people and animals who competed with him for food. It was a bit ironic. The ice Quetzalcoatlus drove away the other predators, and then the number of bison, spotted antelope, and giant antler deer increased. Although the ice Quetzalcoatlus was hunting them, compared to the previous hunting of so many predators, their population had actually expanded. Although they had to face Cryopterus predation, these animals were still unwilling to leave. Sulen rode the black-maned horse in the wasteland. Some gnolls wanted to attack him, but before they could reach him, the horse had already left them behind. Some smarter ones wanted to stop him, but Sulen casually flicked his spear and sent them flying. After running in the wasteland for 2 days, the two entered the Sierra de Lotus. Sulen recalled the black-maned horse and put it in the storage space. He then started climbing the mountain with Hathaway. The mountain path was steep and difficult to climb. Sulen was worried that Hathaway would not be able to adapt, but after a while, he realized that Hathaway was even more familiar with it than he was. Sulen later found out that Hathaway had made him a full set of equipment with all kinds of buffs. The mountain where the ice Quetzalcoatlus lived was very high. In fact, there was no road at all. Fortunately, the two of them were not ordinary people. Although the mountain was steep, it was not difficult to climb up. The ice Quetzalcoatlus was very powerful. They were one of the few sub-dragons that inherited the true dragon's breath ability. Their breath of ice could directly freeze a grand knight, and their explosive strength could lift an elephant. They were also much more intelligent than normal beasts. However, they also had a weakness, which was that they moved very slowly on the ground. Compared to dragons, Cryopterus lacked a pair of front claws. Their wings were also large. Although this gave them powerful flying ability, it also made it difficult for them to move on the ground. If Suluan wanted to hunt these pterosaurs, the best time would be when they were not in the sky. Facing the flying pterosaurs, the difficulty of hunting them instantly increased by several levels. These pterosaurs' diving attacks were very powerful, and there was a record of directly killing a commander in a second. The two moved quietly on the steep mountain. From time to time, a few Cryopterus roars could be heard from the sky. A huge black shadow swooped down from the cliff, bringing with it a large amount of ice crystals and snowflakes. The air here was very cold, and the biting cold wind whistled past. Sulen was very focused. He had already activated the strategic map to monitor the situation here. Cryopterus were social animals. Through the strategic map, Sulen had already found 4 Cryopterus. Every Cryopterus nest was made up of a male and a female pterosaur. Of course, sometimes there were also their young. Pterosaurs would lay eggs once every 2 to 3 years. Each time, they would lay 3 to 6 dragon eggs. Compared to the long growth period of a real dragon, the young pterosaur would live on their own after 3 years. They would reach adulthood in about 10 years. When they got close to the Cryopterus nest, Sulen did not attack directly. Instead, he found a crack in the surrounding area and asked Hathaway to hide inside. For this purpose, Sulen even used his weapon to decorate the crack. The space inside was a lot bigger, and there was a turning point at the entrance. This way, even if the Cryopterus found her, as long as she hid inside, the Cryopterus would not be able to do anything to her. Just stand here. After you cast your spell, hide inside. Remember, don't take their attack head-on, Sulen said in a serious tone. Although Hathaway's strength was not bad, it was still very dangerous for her to fight against a Cryopterus. After all, low-grade wizards were famous for being fragile. Su Len rubbed her pretty face that was a little red from the cold. Hathaway was very excited. She held her magic staff tightly, and her big eyes looked around. She was eager to try. Don't worry, I won't joke about my nickname. My goal is to become a legendary witch. Hathaway whispered. She waved her magic staff with her small white hand and said, also, if a Cryopterus flies into the air, you can lure them here. I'll help you shoot them down. Got it. Su Len nodded. He then checked the surroundings and began to prepare. Dragons could change the natural environment of their habitat. For example, a white dragon's habitat would become an ice cave over time, a black dragon's habitat would slowly become a swamp, and a red dragon's habitat would eventually become a volcano. Dragons were born with a strong radiation ability. Not only could they change the environment, but they could also affect the creatures living around them. There were many dragon descendants in this world, but not all of them had the blood left behind by dragons. Many dragon descendants were just exposed to radiation for a long time in the area where dragons lived, and their bodies had some dragonization effect. The most famous of them were the kobolds. These guys liked the things left behind by dragons the most. They would collect the scales shed by dragons and put them near their eggs. This would increase the blood of dragons in their babies and increase the chances of awakening to become a dragon disciple sorcerer. P.S. Thank you 20200822110735094 for the 500 Chidian coins tip. Chapter 113. After finishing his preparations, Su Len stretched his body and prepared to hunt the dragon. Ding! Defend the territory quest activated. After your tireless efforts, your territory is finally on the right track. However, a group of Cryopterus has set their sights on this place. They are using this place as a hunting ground. Please take care of the Cryopterus as soon as possible. The cold voice of the system rang in his ears. Su Luen took out the steel-made javelin and checked if it was damaged. Then he put the javelin in a place within reach to make sure that he could throw the javelin as soon as possible. After preparing the javelin, Su Len took out some other things he had prepared. There were a few steel chains. He wanted to use ropes before, but after testing the strength of the ropes, he found that ropes were not strong enough. There were no chemical materials like nylon in this era. The strength of ropes was too low. Cryopterus were very strong. They often hunted large herbivores. Many animals like bison and giant antlers weighed more than a ton. Cryopterus could easily pick them up and fly back to the mountain peak thousands of meters high. The ropes in this world could not withstand their strength at all. In addition to the steel chains, Su Len also prepared a few steel balls to restrict the flight of the Cryopterus. If there were too many Cryopterus and the chains could not restrain them in time, these steel balls would affect their flight. The javelin was connected to 2 steel balls with chains. Even if the Cryopterus could fly, it would be difficult for it to maintain its balance after being hit. The steel javelin had special barbs on it. It would be difficult to break free after being hit. Be careful. Hathaway looked at the figure and then clenched the staff in her hand. The cold wind on the mountain peak whistled and rolled up countless ice crystals. There was a layer of steel-like ice under their feet. It was very slippery when they stepped on it. In addition to the whistling cold wind, there was a bottomless abyss just a few meters away. Without enough courage, they would not dare to move in this environment. This area was very narrow. It could only accommodate a few people at most. It was impossible to use human wave tactics. Moreover, even if there were many people, there was no space to dodge once the Cryopterus attacked in such a narrow environment. The biggest possibility was that they would be swept directly into the cliff next to them. Cryopterus hunted once every 2 days. Normally, the male hunted while the female stayed at home. Su Len saw Cryopterus returning from a hunt when he was climbing the mountain. They were most likely in their nest now. Su Len carefully approached the Cryopterus nest. The Cryopterus was very confident in its nest. Building a nest in such a dangerous place could stop 95% of the attackers. Walking slowly along the cliff, the whistling mountain wind completely blew away some of the sound. After bypassing a few steep rocks, a stone platform appeared in front of him. The stone platform was more than 10 meters high, and on top of it was the nest of the ice Quetzalcoatlus. It was a nest made of animal skin and some unknown materials. It looked like an enlarged bird's nest. There was a Quetzalcoatlus inside, and outside the nest, there was an even larger Quetzalcoatlus. Passing through the gap between the Cryopterus wings, Sulen saw a white dragon egg. It seemed that the Cryopterus had built their nest here to hatch their offspring. This was good news for Sulen. With the dragon egg as a restraint, the Cryopterus would not all rush up to attack when they discovered an intruder. This would greatly reduce the pressure on Sulen. Furthermore, the winged dragon egg was very precious. It was very difficult to tame an adult pterosaur. Only by hatching a dragon egg could one tame a pterosaur. In the human world, the price of a winged dragon egg was very high. An egg that could hatch a pterosaur was worth around 3,000 kinnar. Even a dead egg that could not hatch could be sold for 500 kinnar. The winged dragon egg contained a large amount of elemental energy that could strengthen the body. It was very popular among the nobles. There was no place to hide on the platform. As soon as Sulen appeared, the Cryopterus noticed him. Seeing that someone had invaded its nest, the male Cryopterus roared and immediately flapped its wings and flew down. The Cryopterus flew into the sky with a gust of wind. After circling in the sky, it dived directly towards Sulen. A foul smell came from its bloody mouth full of sharp teeth. The ice Quetzalcoatlus dived very fast. Just as it was about to reach Sulen rolled to the side in an instant, and then waved his hand to throw a 2-meter-long fine steel javelin. In such a short distance, the Cryopterus only had time to turn its body sideways. The steel javelin instantly pierced through its wings. The Cryopterus cried out in pain. Dragon blood splashed everywhere. Its body tilted and fell to the ground. However, the pterosaur's flying ability was very strong. It quickly regained control of its body and struggled to fly higher. How could Sulen give it the chance? He pulled the chain behind the javelin hard and then pulled hard. The huge force made the chain very tight. The pterosaur's wings were very strong. Although the wings were injured and the dragon blood was spilling, its strength was not reduced at all. The steel chain made creaking sounds as it was pulled, and many parts of the chain had been deformed. Bang! In the end, the steel chain could not withstand the huge pulling force and broke. The ice pterosaur, freed from its shackles, wanted to fly up. However, even if it desperately flapped its dragon wings, it could not maintain its balance at all. It almost spun and fell from a height of more than 10 meters, and then hit the cold hard rock hard. Sulen threw away the broken chain in his hand, took out the spear from the storage space, and then rushed to the place where the Cryopterus fell. He was going to kill the male Cryopterus before the female Cryopterus could react. The distance of more than 10 meters was crossed in an instant. The spear in Sulen's hand was about to pierce into the Cryopterus's head and completely end its life. At this moment, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the struggling Cryopterus, and then it opened its horrible and ferocious mouth in an instant. Sulen's heart sank. Without thinking, he dodged to the side. A strong stench hit him in the face. Frost breath. The extremely cold breath was spat out in an instant. Sulen only had time to move his body before his left arm was covered by the frost breath. His left arm quickly condensed into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. The piercing cold spread and continued to spread to his body. At the same time, the still struggling Cryopterus opened its complete wing and slapped at Sulen with a huge wind pressure. Dragon wing strike. This was the most dangerous attack of the pterosaur. As the most muscular part of the dragon, the strength of their wings was very amazing. After the frost breath hit Sulen, it immediately slapped at his head. Chapter 114. Sulen continued to attack. The energy in his body exploded instantly, shattering the ice on the surface of his body. He exerted force on his feet, shattering the rock that was as hard as steel. His body rushed to the left at an even faster speed than before. Boom! A loud noise was heard. The sharp wind cut off a few strands of his hair. Sulen dodged the dragon wing attack by a hair's breadth. Cracks appeared on the rocks behind him, and the hard ice shattered into powder. Using dragon breath and dragon wing strike continuously was very taxing on the ice Quetzalcoatlus. They would have a very short period of weakness. Sulen held the spear in his hand and activated the thunder lightning spear. Lightning flashed around him. His body flashed, and in the next second, he appeared beside Cryopteris. The spear in his hand pierced through its jaw. The sharp spear pierced through the tough dragon skin, and then went all the way up along the gap between the frontal bones, tearing through the muscles and piercing towards the brain. Boiling dragon blood gushed out, dyeing his body red, and a piercing pain came from his skin. The blood of dragons and Euron was corrosive. For example, the blood of the red dragon was almost as hot as magma. An ordinary person would be burned to death by the dragon's blood. The 3-meter-long spear pierced the ice Quetzalcoatlus brain through the gaps between its bones. The lightning attached to the spear paralyzed the ice Quetzalcoatlus. In the end, half of the spear pierced into the ice Quetzalcoatlus brain. As a viper, its brain was still very fragile. After being pierced by the spear and destroyed by the lightning, the ice Quetzalcoatlus body shook a few times in an instant and then collapsed. The sound of wings flapping was heard. The female Cryopteris in the nest saw that the male Cryopteris was severely injured. She immediately became restless and flew up. Then, she pounced on Sulen. Hearing the strange noise behind him, Sulen picked up the other spear without thinking. The lightning in his body instantly covered his whole body. He exerted force on his feet and turned around abruptly. The spear that was covered with lightning flew out like a bolt of lightning and hit Cryopteris' abdomen directly. The powerful power of thunder and lightning instantly detonated in its body. The ice Quetzalcoatlus's body stiffened instantly, and then it fell directly from midair. With a bang, it hit the cold rock, and then slid to Sulen under the action of inertia. Taking out another steel javelin, Sulen jumped up. Strong lightning flashed back and forth on his body, and the javelin in his hand was wrapped in thunder and lightning. Then, the spear pierced through Cryopteris' head with a thunderous force. The female Cryopteris fell to the ground. Sulen took a deep breath. The lightning on his body had faded. It was not easy to kill 2 Cryopteris in a row. These Euron had high damage. If Sulen was not careful, he would be injured. The male Cryopteris was also very cunning. If it was not for his quick reaction, he would have been severely injured by the pterosaur's full-force wing attack. Sulen took out the spear and the spear that was buried in the skull. He used ice to freeze the corpses. He did not have time to deal with the 2 pterosaur corpses. Although the battle was short, it had attracted the attention of the other Cryopteris. At this time, 2 more Cryopteris were flying towards him. Behind them, 2 more Cryopteris were approaching. Without stopping, Sulen quickly jumped off the platform and ran back to where he came from. Facing 4 Cryopteris at once was very stressful for Sulen. After killing 2 Cryopteris in a row, Sulen gained a lot of experience. However, he was still some distance away from leveling up to 21. After seeing Sulen rushing over, Hathaway stared at the Cryopteris in the sky, ready to attack at any time. Thunder Lightning Spear. The violent power of thunder and lightning instantly erupted from his body, and an energy field appeared around him. Even on this mountain peak that was thousands of meters high, the perennial wind and snow stopped. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and lightning flashed from time to time, illuminating the dusky sky. The 2 Cryopteris circled in the sky and then swooped down towards Sulen. The wind and snow they brought with them formed small whirlwinds in the sky. Frost breath. Frost breath. When they were about 10 meters away from Sulen, the the two Cryopteras spat out a wave of extremely cold frost at the same time. The temperature of the cliff, which was already very cold, dropped again. Sulen quickly jumped on the cliff. After running for 10 meters on the steep and cold cliff, Sulen finally escaped the range of the frost breath. He raised the javelin in his hand towards the sky. Accompanied by the crackling sound of thunder and lightning, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and directly hit the steel javelin. The bright lightning instantly lit up the entire sky. Under the support of the lightning power, a blue lightning appeared on the steel javelin, and the entire javelin was drawn into a bolt of lightning at this moment. Sensing the terrifying power of the lightning javelin, the two Cryopteras swooped down again. Their huge wings stuck close to the cliff and swept over. They were determined to sweep Sulen off the mountain and off the cliff to his death. The violent power of thunder and lightning quickly converged, and the spreading electric snakes ran all over Sulen's body. Even he felt a little numb, and the lightning brought with it a burning pain. Feeling the violent power of thunder and lightning in his body, a faint electric light appeared in Sulen's eyes. Dense electric currents flickered around his body, and the javelin in his hand had completely turned into dazzling thunder and lightning. Lightning javelin throw. Sulen instantly threw out the lightning javelin that had reached its limit. The two Cryopteras were very close. Sulen could even clearly see the pieces of flesh hanging from their white sharp teeth. A dazzling bolt of lightning appeared and instantly flew towards the Cryopteras that was slightly in front. Rumble. A bolt of lightning exploded in midair. The roar of thunder instantly covered all other sounds. In the dazzling lightning, the lightning javelin instantly hit the frost Quetzalcoatlus. The violent power of lightning exploded out of thin air. The hit Cryopteras was directly wrapped in lightning. Even the nearby Cryopteras was affected. The violent lightning exploded in an instant. The hit Cryopteras did not have the slightest ability to resist. Under the effect of inertia, it directly hit the hard mountain, rolled down, and finally was blocked by a few rocks. However, the Cryopteras was already dead. There was a terrible bloody hole in its body, and the surrounding dragon's skin was scorched black. The other Cryopteras was affected. One of its wings was scorched black, and its body was stiff. It struggled in midair, trying to fly away. Chapter 115. Fireball. An orange-red fireball the size of a basketball suddenly appeared and flew directly towards the injured Cryopteras. The Cryopteras, which had not fully recovered from its paralysis, had no time to dodge and was hit by the fireball. Boom! As a cold Euron, their resistance to fire spells was very low. Although Fireball was a level 3 evocation spell, it was the most powerful low-level spell. Many level 4 spells were not necessarily comparable to it. Otherwise, the Five Fires sect would not have emerged. The orange-red fireball exploded after hitting the Cryopteras. The scorching flames instantly caused serious damage to the Cryopteras. The Cryopteras, which was barely flying, was directly hit by the fireball. Its huge body fell from the sky and hit the cold rock with a bang. Ice and gravel flew everywhere, and blood slowly flowed out under its body. The Cryopteras cried out a few times, and its struggle became weaker and weaker. It seemed that it would not live for long. Before Sulen could catch his breath, the other two Cryopteras had attacked again. The death of their companion made them even angrier, and because of the previous battle, they were very vigilant against Sulen's javelins. The biggest advantage of the Cryopteras was not their powerful dragon breath, but their ability to fly. With the ability to fly, they had the opportunity to attack and retreat. The best way to kill them was to make them lose their ability to fly. The two Cryopteras took turns to attack Sulen. Every time Sulen was about to throw his javelins at one of them, the other Cryopteras would immediately attack him. If Sulen insisted on attacking, it was very likely that he would be severely injured by the claws or wings of the other Cryopteras. The two Cryopteras cooperated very well, which gave Sulen a headache. He wanted Hathaway to launch a sneak attack, but the two Cryopteras were very vigilant. Cryopteras, who could fly, would have a high chance of dodging the fireball if he couldn't sneak an attack. Hathaway had tried it once before. However, there was still a solution. A few pieces of rock and ice hit his face, causing him a slight pain. Su Len dodged the Cryopterus's wings again and continued to dodge. Spells like Flame Arrow or Scorching Ray could be used to attack, but they weren't very effective against first circle spells. Haste. Cat's Grace. Bear's Endurance. Elemental Resistance. Several spiritual lights entered Su Luan's body in succession, which improved his already sensitive body again. Even if he was walking on the smooth and steep rock wall, he could now walk on it as if it were flat ground. The two Cryopterus were very cunning. They cooperated with each other to exhaust Sullen's stamina. In such a steep and cold environment, a fierce battle would consume a lot of stamina. Once Sullen's stamina ran out, the two Cryopterus would swarm him and tear him apart. Su Len took out another chain from his storage space. The two ends of the chain were connected to two metal balls. They were specially made by Su Len to disrupt the balance of the Cryopterus. Compared to the javelins, the chain balls were almost useless, but they could disrupt the balance of the Cryopterus. Compared to the javelins, the chain balls had a much larger attack range and were harder to dodge. Soon, the two Cryopterus swooped down again. Su Len rolled away and threw the chain in his hand. He jumped up again and dodged the attack of the other Cryopterus. Life and death were decided in this moment. The Cryopterus swooped down on Su Len. He had no room to dodge. Suppressing the soreness in his muscles, Su Len took a deep breath and rolled back along the ground. The hard and cold rocks hit his body, causing him pain. When the ice Quetzalcoatlus saw the chain coming towards it, it flapped its wings and adjusted its direction to avoid it. But this time, it miscalculated. Su Luan pulled the other side of the chain in his hand and shook it slightly to change the direction of the chain ball. Then the chain wrapped around the ice Quetzalcoatlus again. After loosening the chain, the adjusted chain hit the long and narrow neck of the ice Quetzalcoatlus. Under the effect of inertia, the chain wrapped around the ice Quetzalcoatlus's right wing and upper claws. Although it was only one round, it was a big problem for the ice Quetzalcoatlus. As it flapped its wings, the two heavy chains began to sway around irregularly, which seriously affected the ice Quetzalcoatlus's flying state. The ice Quetzalcoatlus, which could fly freely, suddenly became like a baby eagle that had just learned how to fly, wobbling. After wrapping the chain around the Cryopterus, Su Len ignored the pterosaur because the other pterosaur was about to attack him. A steel spear appeared in his hand in an instant. He blocked the pterosaur's sharp claws with a horizontal sweep. Then, he used the momentum to dodge the pterosaur's wings. Fireball. While Su Len was fighting with the other Cryopterus, Hathaway immediately attacked the pterosaur whose flying ability was greatly reduced. Cryopterus, whose flying ability was greatly reduced because of the chain, watched in horror as the fireball hit its wings. With a shrill cry, Cryopterus fell from the sky and smashed heavily on the cold rocks. No one knew if it was dead or alive. The Cryopterus that was fighting with Su Len realized that all its companions were dead. It spat a breath of ice at Su Len and flapped its wings in an attempt to escape. However, it was already too late. Faced with the bone-chilling frost breath, Su Luan had no intention of dodging. After activating Bear's tenacity and elemental resistance, the frost breath's power had weakened significantly. He could now take it head-on. Thunder Lightning Spear. A violent power of thunder and lightning gushed out of his body. Bolts of lightning jumped in the sky and then directly hit the spear in Su Luan's right hand. The 3-meter-long spear flashed with lightning in an instant, and the violent lightning kept jumping. Even Su Luan couldn't bear such a powerful electric current. Su Luan endured the burning sensation of the lightning, looked at the panicked ice Quetzalcoatlus, and threw it at it with all his might. Thunder Spear Throw. The powerful force tore the surrounding air apart. The lightning spear was like a flash of lightning, and then it ruthlessly pierced into the back of the ice Quetzalcoatlus. The 3-meter-long spear almost completely sank into its body. The dazzling lightning burst out, and the escaping ice Quetzalcoatlus let out a sorrowful cry. It fell from the sky like a bird with broken wings. P.S. Thank you to Heavy Dragon Knight for the tip of 200 coins. Thank you to Gue Hong for the tip of 200 coins. Thank you to Chung E's Ho E for the tip of 100 coins. Thank you to Traceless Immortal Dragon for the tip of 888 coins. Thank you to Loneliness for the tip of 100 coins. Chapter 116. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have killed Cryopterus and completed the Territory Guard quest. You have obtained a golden treasure chest. You have completed the Territory Guard quest. You have obtained 10,000 experience points and +1 to all attributes. You have killed Cryopterus and gained 15 peace of mind and 15 stability in your territory. Congratulations, host, you and your hero Hathaway have killed 6 Cryopterus. You have obtained 60,000 experience points. Congratulations, host, you have leveled up. You have obtained 2 skill points and 2 free attribute points. A golden treasure chest. Congratulations, host, you have broken through LV20 and reached LV21. You have broken through the limits of mortals and stepped into the realm of legends. Congratulations, host, you have broken through to the realm of legends. Your storage space has expanded to 10 cubic meters. If you want to increase it further, please explore on your own. Your Advanced Sturdy and Advanced Tenacity have evolved into Legendary Sturdy and Legendary Tenacity. You have obtained a skill fusion point, Legendary. You have obtained partial information about the legendary ability, Thunder Domain. You have obtained partial information about the legendary ability, Lightning Control. You have killed Cryopterus. You have obtained the title, Dragon Slayer, your own. Dragon Slayer, as someone who has killed the most powerful dragon-type creature in this world, you have an even stronger deterrent force. Your name has begun to spread across the continent. Fame +2. Sulen felt the surging power in his body. After breaking through to the realm of legends, he could clearly feel that his power had increased once again. In the depths of his soul, a spark of lightning appeared. Sulen's soul instantly came to a magical place. It was an ocean that contained endless power. All kinds of power mixed together and emitted a shocking power. These powers were filled with violent power. It was like chaos. Sulen was like a small drop of water here. Sulen's soul underwent some strange changes under this powerful power. His originally blurry soul became much clearer. There seemed to be no concept of time or space here. Sulen didn't know how long he stayed here. Perhaps it was a second, perhaps it was tens of thousands of years. Then his soul instantly left this space and returned to his body. Looking at the cold snowflake in his hand, Sulen knew that only a moment had passed. Feeling the power in his body, Sulen found that the violent power of thunder had become much gentler. It was also much smoother to control, and the previous feeling had disappeared. The original Advanced Sturdy and Advanced Tenacity were upgraded to Legendary Sturdy and Legendary Tenacity. Legendary Sturdy had 2 more points than Advanced Sturdy and 2 more points, and Legendary Tenacity. Legendary Tenacity. After a long period of training and battle, your body has surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. You have gained stronger vitality. Normal attacks will reduce damage to you by 100%. Permanent increase of health points by 100%. Increase of health points by 100%. Increase of health points by 100%. At the same time, you have gained elemental resistance. All elemental attacks will be reduced by 20%. Magic resistance +20. With the Legendary Tenacity talent, Sulen's defense had reached a ridiculous level. In addition to elemental resistance and magic resistance, he would have no problem taking on normal spells. He could even try taking a bath in lava. Advancing to Legendary wasn't a simple matter of stacking data. Although data was important, it was more important to start touching the power of laws. He had a deeper understanding of the power of thunder. Originally, he thought that he was very familiar with the control and use of thunder. However, after touching the power of laws, he realized how crude he used this power in the past. Many times, he would waste a lot of unnecessary power. After feeling the power in his body, Su Len began to collect the spoils of war. After becoming a legendary, he still needed time to familiarize himself with the power he gained. The corpses of Cryopteris in front of him had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Although Cryopteris was a Euron, as long as it was related to dragons, all kinds of materials would become very valuable. Hathaway also ran out from the gap where she was hiding. She jumped up from afar and threw herself into Sullen's arms. She pushed Su Len back a few steps and sat on a rock. Seeing the bloodstains on Sullen's body, Hathaway became nervous. She touched his body with her small white hands. "You're hurt?" "Okay, I'm fine. This blood belongs to the Cryopteris." Su Len grabbed Hathaway's small hands. If she continued to touch him, he would lose control. This place was cold and not a good place. He still liked to go back and sleep on the blanket. Seeing that Su Len was fine, she was relieved. Then, she let out a cheer and ran to the corpse of a Cryopteris. Su Len tidied up his tight clothes and walked over. So many Cryopteris, so many magic materials. I'm rich, I'm rich." Su Len walked to Hathaway's side and found that she was touching Cryopteris' wings and muttering to herself. Her eyes were shining with the light that belonged to Kinnar. Su Len realized for the first time that this girl was a money grubber. "Wake up, your saliva is freezing." Su Len pinched Hathaway's delicate little face and teased her. "What?" Hathaway subconsciously wiped the corners of her mouth with her hand, and then realized, "You lied to me." Then she was ready to fight with Su Len. Su Len reached out his hand and pressed Hathaway's head. Hathaway, who was squatting on the ground, could not stand up at all. Her two arms were swinging back and forth as if she was swimming. As a wizard, her strength was no match for Su Len, who was in human form. "Okay, stop fooling around. It's getting late. We have to get rid of these Cryopteris quickly. The value of these corpses will decrease if we delay any longer." "Humph, I'll remember this. I'll deal with you when we get back," Hathaway said angrily. Su Len laughed in his heart. "You want to deal with me? You become arrogant after a few days of not fighting. When we get back, I'll let you have a taste of my advanced plasma cannon." Cryopteris corpses were very valuable. The smallest of these Cryopteris had a wingspan of 15 meters, and the largest was 18 meters. It was basically impossible to transport all of them back. Sullen's storage space was only 10 cubic meters. There was no way he could fit so many Cryopteris corpses. Hathaway also had a few storage items on her, but they still could not fit all of these big guys. She could only disassemble these corpses and throw away the worthless and low-value parts. She could only bring back the valuable parts. P.S. Cryopteris attributes: Cryopteris, Euron, Grade 4, Gregarious, Monster Level, 17. Strength, 28, Will, 10, Vitality, 25, Agility, 15, Charm, 12. Skills: Dive, Dragon's Bite, Frost Breath, Dragon's Wing Strike. Talents: Advanced Strength, Advanced Tenacity, Dragon's Skin, Frost Resistance, Dragon's Bloodline, Flight, Poison Resistance. Difficulty, B+. Chapter 117. Cryopteris didn't have dragon scales, but its skin was still very tough. Dragon skin was an important material for making rare leather armor. It was even better than the Gale tiger skin. Hathaway had already decided to use these dragon skins to make a dragon skin robe for herself. Of course, this would have to wait until she became an advanced wizard. The dragon skin robe needed to use the softest and most magically conductive skin of these pterosaurs. Pterosaur meat couldn't be eaten directly. Pterosaur meat was poisonous. Ordinary people would be poisoned to death if they ate it. It needed a special method to neutralize the poison. After neutralizing the poison, the dragon meat tasted good and could improve one's physical fitness. In fact, many demon beast meat in this world had this effect. Those nobles only ate, drank, and played all day long, and didn't train hard, but most of them could become knights or trainee knights. In addition to good training, professional mentors, excellent breathing techniques, and long-term consumption of various kinds of demon beast meat. Long-term consumption of demon beast meat made their body much stronger than ordinary people. With professional training and excellent breathing techniques, as long as they were not too useless, it was not too difficult to activate their life energy and become a knight when they reached adulthood. However, it was very difficult for ordinary people. Knight training required a lot of meat, and ordinary people couldn't afford to feed a knight. Most of them could only rely on the nobles and become their servants. Su Len took out a skinning knife and began to skin the Cryopterus. Because of the previous battle, many parts of the dragon's skin were damaged. Those damaged parts could only be thrown away. The dragon's skin on the wings was not suitable for making leather armor. Those parts were more suitable for making blank scrolls. The most valuable part was the heart, which was an important material for making lesser dragon blood potions. As for the other organs, they could also be used as alchemy materials. The dragon blood could be made into magic ink and used to make scrolls. Among them, there was also the dragon penis, which was the favorite of the nobles. This thing was very popular among the human nobles. With all the bits and pieces added up, one pterosaur could earn about 20,000 kinar. It was a little troublesome to deal with the Cryopterus. It took Su Len a lot of effort to divide up the 6 ice pterosaurs. There were only a few Cryopterus corpses and some worthless items left. Su Len's 10 cubic meters storage space had been completely filled. Even Hathaway's spatial equipment had been filled. Su Len felt his heart ache when he saw that there were still some low-value materials on the ground that could not be taken away. Apart from the corpses of the pterosaurs, they found a total of 13 Cryopterus eggs in the 3 nests. Su Len used a piece of dragon skin to make a simple net to hold it. The storage space was unable to store living things. If these winged dragon eggs were placed inside, they would quickly become dead eggs. The price of a dragon egg that could hatch a pterosaur was not bad. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had a way to tame a dragon. Apart from the drows in the Underdark, the best taming method was the wizards. It was very easy for the drows in the Underdark to tame a dragon. They just needed to find a male pure-blood dragon. It could be said that the drows in the Underdark were very similar to the succubi and lustful demons. Su Len planned to tame a few pterosaurs. When they grew up, they would not only be powerful, but they would also be very good as mounts. In addition to these dragon eggs, there were some kinar and some damaged things in the nests of the pterosaurs. They were probably left behind by the pterosaurs or by the hot-blooded young men who came here to be dragon slayers. These things were of average value. It was the nature of the dragons to collect wealth, and the same was true for these Euron. Su Len also found some nugget gold, crystal agate, and some gemstones in these nests. As for obtaining a huge amount of wealth by slaying a dragon, it was only possible to attack the true dragons that had lived for hundreds of years. However, not many people dared to do this and came back alive. There were not many things, so they could be put in a bag made of dragon skin. After packing up everything that could be taken away, Su Len was ready to leave with Hathaway. After dissecting the pterosaur's corpse, the place was filled with the smell of blood. The strong smell of blood would attract other predators. Although Su Len was not afraid of them, it was better to have less meaningless fights. A few vultures and other creatures were circling in the sky. These animals were drooling over the pterosaur's flesh, but because of the smell left behind by Su Len and the pterosaurs, they did not dare to come down. However, they could not endure for long. Seeing Su Len's bloody and dirty body, Hathaway frowned in disgust. Then she snapped her fingers, and a light flashed. All the flesh and filth on Su Len's body was cleaned up. Although many of the zero circle spells were not lethal, they were very useful. After cleaning up, Su Len grabbed Hathaway's slender waist with one hand and carried the dragon skin bag with the other. He jumped off the cliff. The biting cold wind whistled past their ears. Hathaway shouted excitedly. Fortunately, this was not a snowy mountain. Otherwise, such a shout could easily cause an avalanche. After using fly and featherfall, Sulen and Hathaway flew directly from the Sierra de Lotus to the foot of the mountain. The feeling of bungee jumping at high altitudes was amazing. After arriving, the two were not in a hurry to leave. Firstly, it was not early. Secondly, they had just experienced a fierce battle. Although they were not injured, they were mentally exhausted. After finding a rock wall to shelter from the wind, Sulen used the petrified mud to make a small house. They would stay there for the night. After putting down the things, Hathaway began to prepare food. Sulen then opened the system list to check his rewards. He had obtained 2 gold treasure chests from this mission. Sulen opened both of them. 2 lights flashed, and the system's cold voice rang in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill Floating Lightning Array. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the item Reinforcement Order. Floating Lightning Array. After use, 8 lightning balls can be summoned around the body. The lightning balls can move according to the host's command. They will also cause lightning damage of 2 to 5 strength to surrounding enemies. There is also a chance of paralyzing enemies. Reinforcement Order, a special magic item created by the system's skill, Ambush Array series, after combining with the laws of this world. Can be used to summon a team of soldiers. Can be used in both non-combat and combat situations. Uses: 1/1. After spending 1 skill point to learn the Floating Lightning Array, the lightning energy in Sulen's body became more active. Ding! Detected that the host has some information about the Thunder Lightning Spear, Floating Lightning Array, Lightning Domain, and Lightning Mastery. Can be fused to upgrade. Would you like to upgrade? As soon as he learned the Floating Lightning Array, the system's voice rang in his mind. Sulen was pleasantly surprised when he heard it. After confirming with the system, he agreed to the fusion. Chapter 118. Beginning Skill Fusion. Fusion requires 1 skill fusion point, legendary, and 4 skill points. Do you agree? Agree. Fusion begins. As soon as Sulen agreed, his vision turned black. In the next second, his soul once again appeared in the strange space that he entered when he was advancing to legendary. Sulen's soul felt the endless power in this space. Once again facing the rules of this world, his soul gained more benefits. The faint lightning symbol in his soul also became clearer. Just as he wanted to understand it further, an irresistible force sent him back into his body. Fusion successful. Congratulations, you have received Thunder Territory, Basic. Thunder Territory, Basic. You have preliminary control over the power of lightning. When you use lightning power again, it will be more powerful. You are immune to normal lightning damage. Lightning Absorption, Basic. You can absorb any form of lightning attack, as well as electricity from the outside world. The absorbed lightning power can strengthen your next attack or be converted into your energy. Note, you cannot exceed the absorption limit. Thunder Territory, after consuming a large amount of energy, you can create a world of lightning within 15 meters of yourself. All people or monsters that enter this area will be damaged by lightning. In this territory, your skills and strength will be increased by 100%. At the same time, all of Sulen's lightning skills disappeared. However, he could still use them now. Moreover, the energy consumption was reduced by half, but the power was increased. It could be said that after mastering the Thunder Territory, Sulen could be considered a true legendary. He opened the attribute panel and added the remaining free attribute points to his strength. His strength broke through 40 points and reached 42 points. Name, Sulen, Legendary, Race, Human Level, LV 21, 2685441000, Strength, 42 Agility, 31 Spirit, 26 Vitality, 32 Charm, 20 Command, 73 Characteristics, Talent Valiant, Thunderbolt, Pegasus, legendary sturdy, legendary tenacity, calm, elemental affinity, high lightning affinity, iron will, body hardening, beast face armor, skills, dark ice slash, physical healing, life healing, red flame, forbidden magic, mechanical control, stone to mud, morale boost, basic, earth spring surekill skills, revolving. Cherry, master, heroic, master, torrential rain, advanced, chaotic dance, beginner, weapon proficiency, swordsmanship 160, spearmanship 205, archery 102, throwing 96, horsemanship 145, thunder and lightning domain, basic, omitted, free attribute points, 0, skill points, 0. Sulen opened his eyes, and a bolt of lightning flashed across his eyes. The room didn't change much compared to before. The sky outside was dark, and Hathaway had already made a bonfire. She was humming an unknown tune as she cooked food. She didn't notice anything different about Sulen. A faintly discernible fragrance wafted out from the pot. Grumble. Sulen's stomach grumbled. Hee hee. Hathaway looked at Sulen, who was a little embarrassed. You must be hungry. Wait a moment, we'll be able to eat soon. Hathaway was cooking a type of dry food that Sulen had made before. It was a mixture of potato starch, oil, vegetables, meat, salt, and sugar. It could be eaten directly or boiled in water. It tasted pretty good. At the very least, the barbarians liked it. This was a type of dry food that Sulen had made based on his knowledge from his previous life. However, he had only made a small portion of it. It wasn't that the dry food wasn't good enough, but it was just too expensive to make. The barbarians were all gluttons, and each one could eat more than the other. Sulen had only made it twice before stopping. Other than the barbarians eating most of it, the rest was stored in the Lord's castle's warehouse. Although the dry food tasted pretty good, Sulen didn't want to let himself suffer. He was already a dragon slayer, so it wasn't too much to eat dragon meat. Wait a moment. Let's have a dragon feast today. Sulen took out a piece of Cryopterus tenderloin from his storage space. This part of the meat was tender, nutritious, and tasted the best. First, he used water to wash the blood out. Then, he added some neutralizing agents. With Sulen's current physique, these toxins were completely ineffective. However, Hathaway couldn't do the same. After neutralizing the toxins, Sulen purposely went outside to get some bird eggs. He wrapped the cut dragon tenderloin in bird egg white. If there was no starch, he replaced it with dry food. This way, he didn't need to add salt. Then, he poured some oil on it and fried it on the pan. As an experienced foodie in the foodie empire, although the conditions were poor and he could only find substitutes for many things, he could still make a delicious meal. Animal fat was more fragrant than vegetable oil. The smell of frying was very tempting. The dragon tenderloin wrapped in egg white and starch slowly turned golden. The oil sizzled, and a tempting fragrance wafted out from the tenderloin. Okay, it's ready to eat. Try it first. Sulen picked up a piece of cooked tenderloin with chopsticks and put it on a stone tray. At the same time, he passed a pair of chopsticks to Hathaway. Hathaway was very curious about this novel tableware. Then, she picked up the chopsticks and used it like Sulen. However, as she had just started using chopsticks, she didn't know how to use them. She spent a lot of effort and still couldn't pick up the piece of fried dragon tenderloin. Sulen, on the other hand, picked up a piece of golden tenderloin with his chopsticks and ate it happily. Bang! Seeing that Sulen was eating happily, but she couldn't pick it up, Hathaway angrily slammed her chopsticks on the table. Then, she snapped her fingers and summoned a magician's hand to grab it. Hathaway, a lady shouldn't use her hands. Sulen put down his chopsticks and laughed in his heart. Let me teach you how to use chopsticks. As he spoke, Sulen held Hathaway's little hand and taught her how to use chopsticks. It wasn't difficult to use chopsticks, and Hathaway learned it very quickly. Then, she picked up the dragon tenderloin and ate it quickly. Wow, it smells so good. It's so delicious. Hathaway's beautiful eyes curved into a pair of crescent moons. Eavesdropping on other people's conversations isn't a good thing, Sulen said to the outside after swallowing a piece of tenderloin. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's just that the food you guys made is too fragrant. A short man about 1.3 meters tall appeared at the door. Although he wasn't tall, he wasn't a child. He was small and wore a brown shirt with 2 short swords on his waist. He also wore a brown hat and there was some hair on the back of his hands. It was obvious that he was a halfling wanderer. P.S. Thanks to Chang Yi's family's Ho-E, heavy armor dragon rider, 200 Chidian coins as a reward. Thanks to Serene Blue Fireworks S, saying loneliness to loneliness, asking the clear sky with a pen, summoner of all things, troubled old waste, 100 Chidian coins as a reward. Thanks to Longxian 500 Chidian coins as a reward. Thank you to Xiangzhua. Thank you to 1607101921111128 for the 2000 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to the sleepy Xiong Shuyu for the 5000 Chidian coins tip. Fu Meng thanks. Chapter 120. Halflings were a rare and popular race. They lived in the Shire Mountains in the north. They were not tall, but every halfling was a gourmet. These little fellows were naturally optimistic and loved to travel. Most travelers liked to meet them. A halfling? Sulen raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. Hi. Hello, can you give me some food to try? The halfling waved at Sulen. Hathaway looked at the halfling with a smile. It was her first time seeing this race. In the northern wasteland, any place with lush weeds could hide him. If he did not jump, others would not be able to see him. No wonder they became wanderers. This was their talent. Sulen nodded in agreement. The halfling walked into the stone room as if he was familiar with the place. His footsteps were light and agile. It seemed that he was not weak. He walked lightly to the bonfire and said with a smile, "It is really the blessing of the goddess of luck. I have been walking alone in the northern wasteland for many days. Finally, I can take a rest. Hello, friendly traveler. Hello, honorable witch." The halfling greeted her and then introduced himself. "My name is Frodo Wine Aglas. I am a gourmet who has traveled around the world. I am very happy to meet you here." Hathaway was very curious about the halfling. She looked at him with her big round eyes. Frodo was not angry. He looked at Hathaway with a smile and even winked mischievously. He then pretended to be hungry and said, "Honorable witch, can you take pity on me, a halfling who has not eaten well for the whole day? Can you give me something to eat? I am starving to death." "Hee, here you go." Hathaway laughed softly. She then took out a plate and a pair of chopsticks and handed them over. This little girl had learned bad things. After handing over the chopsticks, she did not intend to teach him how to use them. Instead, she looked like she was watching a show. Frodo was a little confused about the chopsticks, but he could not care less about the delicious food. He grabbed the chopsticks and tried to pick up the fried tenderloin, but he failed after a few tries. "All right, Hathaway." Glancing at Hathaway, who could not hold back her laughter, Sulen shook his head and picked up the chopsticks to show Frodo how to use the chopsticks. As a rogue, Frodo's fingers were very nimble. After only looking at it twice, he had successfully learned how to use chopsticks. He was much better than Hathaway. Frodo picked up a piece of pan-fried dragon tenderloin with his chopsticks and bit into it impatiently. Then, he savored the delicacy with a look of enjoyment. Halflings were a very optimistic race. They liked good food, tobacco, and wine. They also liked to party and hated boredom. They were a race that was naturally optimistic. Unlike the stubborn dwarves, halflings were gentle. Of course, they were also very curious and clever. They received the favor of many gods and were also a race that respected the gods. They were much more pious than humans. Even if they were facing some weak gods, they would still express their respect. Halflings loved good food, so many of them would travel around the world. These small people were naturally very agile. In addition, they were thin and small. Compared to humans, they were natural-born rogues. They relied on their powerful ability to escape from danger. They showed courage and curiosity that other races could not compare to. Of course, these small people also liked money. However, they were different from the misers. They also liked to spend money. As rogues, these small people often did some petty theft. At the same time, they liked to use their own cleverness to solve problems, such as playing tricks on the hotel bill. In most cases, these small people could easily gain the favor of other races. Of course, even if they encountered bad people, they could easily escape with their agile skills. Halflings were the kind of race that didn't make big mistakes, but had a lot of small habits. They liked good food, tobacco, and wine. They didn't have their own country. In their homeland, these halflings lived in villages. They were protected by the halfling guardian goddess, Yodala. She was an ancient great god with great divine power. The halflings had been living under her protection for countless years. Their strong curiosity often led them to do some suicidal acts. This race often appeared in epics and legends. They were often the good companions of the protagonists in the stories. They were excellent rogues who helped the protagonists to complete their tasks. Basically, every halfling was a chef. It was very popular to have someone who was proficient in scouting, traps, stealing, and cooking in the team. Of course, in addition to these, the halflings also liked to boast. Because they had traveled to many places, these halflings were very knowledgeable. So, it was often seen that some halflings would boast about their experiences to others. Wow, it's so delicious. Frodo swallowed the fried dragon tenderloin and kept describing it with all kinds of praises. This is the first time I've seen such a cooking method. Although the materials used are very simple, I have to say, the food is great. This tableware is also very novel. It's very convenient to make, and it's more flexible than a fork. You're the best human cook I've ever seen. Really, I swear. Frodo, did you come to the northern wasteland to travel? Sulen asked curiously. Of course. Frodo swallowed the meat in his mouth and said, I came here to look for spices. Last time, I met a caravan, and the caravan accidentally got some spices. I bought them to try cooking, and they tasted very good. But when I wanted to buy more, the merchant didn't have any more. In the end, he said that he bought them from someone else. According to that person, they found them in the northern wasteland. So you came to the northern wasteland alone to look for spices? Sulan looked at the halfling speechlessly. Of course. Isn't this delicious spices worth the risk? Frodo said with conviction. Sulan didn't know if other people would do that, but he knew that these halflings would really do that. By the way, what kind of meat are we eating? How come I've never eaten it before? Frodo suddenly asked. You're in luck. This is the tenderloin of Cryopteris. How does it taste? Sulen said with a smile. This is dragon meat? Frodo looked at Sulen in surprise, his face full of disbelief. Sulen shrugged. Of course. Don't you feel the energy in your body? Eating dragon meat can improve your body's quality. It's really dragon meat. Frodo looked at Sulen and Hathaway in surprise. Did you slay a dragon? Chapter 121. It's just a Euron. Sulen nodded. Euron is also a dragon. Frodo exclaimed excitedly. His expression was as if he had slain a dragon. I can't believe I'm eating with a dragon slayer. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Can you tell me how you killed that ferocious Cryopteris? Sulen realized that apart from enjoying good food, tobacco, and wine, these halflings were also very talkative. Ever since he came here, he had not stopped talking even when it was time to eat fried tenderloin. Su Len had no choice but to edit out the details of how he had slain the dragon and tell it to Frodo as a story. Frodo was obviously very satisfied with the story. Since Su Len had become a legendary, his appetite had increased again. With the addition of a halfling, the food he had prepared this time was obviously not enough. When he took out another piece of dragon tenderloin, Frodo volunteered to show off the halfling's cooking skills. As the race with the best cooking skills on the continent, Su Len was also very interested in the halfling's cooking skills. He agreed without hesitation. Frodo first took out a few jars and mushrooms from his pocket. "I picked these up in the forest today. I've tasted them, and they taste very good." After adding spring water to the pot, Frodo put the mushrooms and some wild vegetables into the pot to boil the soup. He then carefully opened the jars. The jars were filled with powders made from various spices, some of which he did not recognize. "These are the spices I was talking about. I came to the northern wasteland to look for these spices." Frodo picked up a small jar and opened it. He then carefully poured out a small pile of spices the size of a fingernail. "It's just a small jar. It cost me 500 kinnar. But fortunately, my luck is not bad. Under the protection of the goddess, I finally found these spices. I don't have to worry about not having enough of them in the future." Su Len was also very interested in the spices that fascinated the halfling. As soon as the spices were poured out, Su Len smelled a familiar scent. Wasn't this cumin? It turned out that the halfling had come to the northern wasteland to look for cumin. While Su Len was still in shock, the halfling began to prepare the roast meat. Soon, a rich meat aroma wafted out, and the halfling began to sprinkle various spices evenly on the surface of the loin meat. "All right, have a taste of my cooking." Frodo passed the roasted tenderloin to Su Len. Su Len took it and shared half with Hathaway. Then, Su Len began to taste the halfling's cooking. Su Len had to admit that halflings were really good at cooking. Although the conditions were simple, the tenderloin roasted by Frodo tasted delicious, especially after adding cumin. Su Len ate a few pieces in a row. It could be said that this was the most delicious meal he had ever eaten since he came to this world. It could already be compared to some of the chefs in his previous world. Hathaway's belly bulged. She pouted her red lips, which made Su Len want to take a bite. Frodo was also happy that his food was recognized. After the three of them finished their dinner, they had a bowl of mushroom and vegetable soup. Although they were in the wilderness, the dinner was very sumptuous. After the meal, Su Len opened up another room in the stone room, and the three of them went to rest. After eating Cryopterus meat, Hathaway and Frodo's bodies felt a wave of energy slowly strengthening their physique. Sullen's physique was already very strong, and the Euron meat could no longer increase his physique. However, it could slightly increase his resistance to the cold. As the last wave of energy slowly merged into his body and disappeared, the system's voice rang in his ears. "Congratulations to the host. After the battle with Cryopterus and bathing in the dragon's blood, your resistance to the cold has increased. Finally, after eating Cryopterus meat, your resistance to the cold has reached a critical point. You will be able to adapt to most cold climates, and your resistance to special cold climates has increased. When you are attacked by all ice spells or similar spells, as well as attacks with ice effects, your damage will be reduced by 5 points. You have received the talent, Lesser Ice Resistance." After Su Len received the talent, Lesser Ice Resistance, Hathaway and Frodo received the effect of +2 in strength and +1 in physique. This kind of increase in attributes would only occur when eating the meat for the first time. After eating the meat again, it would at most increase some temporary effects or the talent, Lesser Ice Resistance. There were many restrictions on the increase in attributes of the meat. Other than the fact that it could not be eaten multiple times, if the user's attributes were already very high and exceeded the range of the food, the user could only taste the meat to recover their energy. Hathaway's physique and strength were not high. As a wizard, close combat had always been her weakness. Now, she had consciously trained her close combat ability. The next day, Su Len woke up to a tempting fragrance. He lowered his head and looked at Hathaway in his arms. She was curled up on his chest like a kitten. He then pinched her little face. After a simple wash, he walked out of the stone room. "You're awake. Come and try my secret fresh fish soup," Frodo called out enthusiastically. The Cryopterus meat last night had brought him a lot of benefits. Although halflings were born with great agility, their strength was also not high. When a human reached adulthood, their strength could reach 8 points, but halflings could only reach 6 points. "It smells so good." Hathaway, who was still sleepy, immediately woke up after smelling the fish. "Beautiful witch, come and try the breakfast prepared by the gourmet Frodo." Frodo took out the cutlery and began to distribute the food. In addition to the delicious fish soup, Frodo also collected some wild fruits and a jar of honey in the wild. It had to be said that halflings really put in a lot of effort to eat. They could eat so much in the wild. The gourmet Frodo's destination was the south of Florence. He even wanted to go to the sea to try some of the local delicacies. Basically, all halfling gourmets would travel around the world. Sulen invited him to his territory as a guest. To be honest, Sulen also wanted this gourmet to teach the chefs in his castle. The chef slaves bought from Cult City were only average. After tasting the cooking skills of the halflings, Sulen suddenly felt that their cooking skills were unacceptable. Frodo immediately accepted Sulen's invitation. After all, it was on the way to Sulen's territory. Sulen also said that his territory had just brewed a new kind of wine. It was too tempting for a halfling who loved good wine. Chapter 122. When they resumed their journey, there was one more Frodo in the group. To take care of his short legs, Hathaway used a spell to control a giant antler deer for him to ride. "Thank you, beautiful Madam Hathaway," Frodo said with a smile. Frodo laughed as he rode on the giant horned deer. "Speaking of which, this is my first time riding a giant horned deer. It feels pretty good. At least those weeds can no longer block my eyes. I admit that you guys are very powerful for successfully killing Cryopterus. However, I once did something that you guys would never be able to do." Frodo and Sulen chatted as they talked about the interesting things that happened during his travels. After a while, Frodo could not help but start his daily routine, bragging. These halflings liked to sit down with a pipe in their mouth. They enjoyed smoking while bragging to others. This habit was very similar to Sulen's previous life. "Really, I'm not kidding." Frodo took a deep puff from his pipe and blew out a beautiful smoke ring. He looked very serious and said in a deep voice, "I received a request from a duke to go to a giant dragon's lair to retrieve something for him." At that time, the giant dragon was at least 30 meters long. Its mouth was so big that it could swallow me and this giant antler deer. Its scales were indestructible and its claws were extremely sharp. It could easily crush a rock. As long as it touched me, it could easily tear me into pieces. Frodo held the pipe in his mouth and gestured the giant dragon's claws with his hands. He even acted as if he was still scared. Then, his tone became very serious. The situation at that time was very dangerous. I tried my best to dodge the giant dragon's claws. There were a few times when I was almost killed by it. There is a limit to the strength of a human. However, each person's physique is different. If it were another human or halfling, they would not have been able to hold on for more than 3 minutes. However, facing this kind of danger, I managed to dodge the giant dragon's attack with a slide kick. That big guy with slow reaction did not hit me at all. Instead, I used my short sword to cut open the scales on its leg. He wanted to turn around and attack me, but in the end, I hid in his pile of gold and treasure. This difficult battle lasted for a long time. The narrow cave limited the dragon's flexibility, and in the end, he was fooled by me. After that, I easily took that item and left the dragon's lair. Although Sulen knew that he was talking nonsense, he still found it interesting to listen to his bragging. Even Hathaway, who was sitting in Sulen's arms, was listening to him bragging. With the defensive power of the dragon's scales, the two short swords in your hands? It's already not bad to leave a scratch on the scales. What do you think you're holding? Silver sword of Gith plus 10 divine weapon? Dragons rarely appeared in the human world. There were only a few giant dragons, and the strength of each was more exaggerated than the other. For example, the ancient red dragon, who was the queen of the southern sea, was a ruthless character. She occupied a prosperous shipping route and collected taxes there. All ships passing through here had to pay. The cunning red dragon queen also had an army of monsters under her command. She had firmly controlled the shipping route for 500 or 600 years. Until now, no one dared to kill a dragon. Those who dared to do so would be buried in their graves by now. The red dragon queen was not arrogant and brainless like the average red dragon. Instead, she was very cunning. She was also a magic addict. She liked to study magic and was very accomplished. At least, she was a legendary wizard. As a result, no one dared to provoke her. Imagine a giant dragon with legendary spellcasting ability. Spellcasting by giant dragons was not as troublesome as that of human wizards. Their spells were all instantaneous. With the explosive power of a giant dragon, even a team of legendary adventurers would not be able to do anything to it. Time stop, maze, great dissociation, and then a wave of attacks. Even a team would be wiped out before they could even attack. Even if they survived this wave of spells, they still had to face a giant beast that was far more powerful than a legendary warrior. The size of a giant dragon gave them a great advantage in close combat. These cunning giant dragons had a variety of spells and were full of magic. They had completely gotten rid of the magic net. With their magic power, it was not a problem for them to wipe out a few legendary adventurers. The giant dragons also had servants and armies. They had all kinds of traps and monsters to surround them. The number of tricks they had was enough to make one's scalp numb. Therefore, those giant dragons that were still alive and kicking were not easy to deal with. Therefore, the giant dragon that Frodo mentioned was at best a WYRM, one that had the intelligence of a wild beast. It did not have any spell-like abilities, nor could it breathe. It was a WYRM that could only engage in close combat. Sulan did not expose him. With such an interesting halfling around, the journey had become much more interesting. Although Frodo liked to brag, he was not bluffing. He exaggerated his adventures and told Sulan a lot of news from all over the world. The journey back was smooth. After 2 days, Sulan and his team finally returned to his territory. Wow, what's that? After entering his territory, Frodo was attracted by the 4 to 5 kilometers long aqueduct. It was close to 40 meters high and more than 4 kilometers long. It was a very spectacular building in this era. That's the city's water supply system. The water of the city is drawn in by it, Hathaway said proudly. And this building is powered by no magic at all. This is a miracle in the history of architecture, Frodo said as he looked at the aqueduct in surprise. Well, if you want to see it, there will be time in the future. Let's enter the city now, Sulan said as he waved his hand. The aqueduct is spectacular now. You will only know what a miracle is when he starts to build those miraculous buildings. Have you seen the Sky Garden, Arcane Garden? Have you seen the 4 divine beasts altar? Have you seen the observatory? Have you seen the harvest altar? Have you seen the mechanical city? When all these miraculous buildings are built, you will be shocked to death. After entering the city, Frodo was surprised by the cleanliness of the city. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was the cleanest city he had ever seen. There were many rules in the city that he was curious about. For example, pedestrians and vehicles had to drive on the right side of the road. The streets were all the same height. Sulan returned to the Lord's castle. Chrissy had been waiting for him for a long time. She ordered her subordinates to arrange a place for Frodo to stay. Then she smiled and said, "Oh, so you're back. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? I could have prepared a welcome ceremony. There are a lot of cryopteris. Get me one tomorrow. I want to be a dragon slayer too, hey. He walked over and slapped her bouncy buttocks. This little girl had not been shot for 2 days. Her tail was sticking up. What are you doing? F***ck. Sulen carried Chrissy with one hand and dragged Hathaway with the other to the hot spring. He had been running around for a few days and even fought with the Cryopterus. Although he had the cleansing spell, Sulen still felt more comfortable in the hot spring. Moreover, if he did not use the plasma cannon to teach these 2 girls a lesson, they would rebel. If he did not use the plasma cannon, they would not be able to sleep tonight. Chapter 123. Sulen stored the Cryopterus meat in the warehouse. The Cryopterus meat could not be stored for a long time, so they were all made into dragon's breast. With the gourmet Frodo around, the taste of the dragon's breast was naturally very good. The 6 Cryopterus had a total of about 5 tons of meat and some internal organs. The internal organs had been preserved and given to Hathaway to process. These organs could be used to make magic potions. After the 5 tons of dragon meat were all made, there were about 2 tons of dragon's breast. Sulen gave some to Frodo as a gift. Of course, Frodo also gave some of the various spices he had collected to Sulen as a return gift. In this era, spices were not cheap. Although it was not as expensive as a kinnar for a few grains of pepper, it was still very expensive. For example, the cheapest pepper cost 500 kinnar per kilogram. Sulen had to buy spices from the caravans that came to trade every month. Now that he had these spices, Sulen planned to grow some in his territory. The spices trade had always been the most important trade in the southern seas. Many spices were produced on the islands in the southern seas. Even if Sulen could grow spices, the scale and quality of the spices would not be as good as the spices in the southern seas. Frodo was very curious about Sulen's territory. It was completely different from the cities he had been to before. It was too clean and tidy. He did not understand why Sulen spent so much effort and money on this place. Another thing that piqued his interest was the delicacies here. The rum tasted very good, and Frodo fell in love with it immediately. Other than the rum, there was also the way the food was cooked. On the continent, boiling, frying, and so on were the most popular methods. However, when he came here, he realized that they were actually stir-frying. The stir-frying method was indeed different. First, it required a special wok. Then, it would be fried with oil. The taste was indeed very delicious. Frodo had been going to the kitchen every day, and Sulen did not stop him. He wanted the gourmet to visit more often. Every time he went there, Frodo would cook a sumptuous and delicious meal, which was much better than what Sulen and the other chefs could cook. Moreover, following Frodo's cooking, the chef's cooking skills had also improved. Sulen even wanted Frodo to train several qualified chefs for him. Other than stir-frying, Frodo also liked eating ice cream. After trying the ice cream that was made with cream, honey, white sugar, and fruits, he instantly fell in love with it. He asked Sulen to learn how to make ice cream. In order to learn how to make ice cream, Frodo signed a lot of contracts. For example, he would help to plant spices, teach the chefs how to cook, and make a delicious meal every day. Sulen hung the head of a Cryopterus on the city wall of his territory. The ogre wizard accompanied the head. Those who were worried about the Cryopterus attack and wanted to escape immediately gave up the idea after seeing the head of the Cryopterus. A lord who could slay dragons was very rare in the human world. Sulen's reputation in his territory increased tremendously. If one opened the system's interface, they would find that the number of people who had fallen to 50 due to the arrival of the refugees and the pterosaurs had increased to 87 in just one day, and it was still increasing. The 6 Cryopterus obtained quite a lot of dragon skins. Although a lot of them were damaged in the battle, there was still a lot left. A pterosaur with a wingspan of 12 meters was even bigger than a raging wind tiger's. However, not all dragon skins were suitable for making leather armor. The ones on the wings were more suitable for making blank scrolls. Sulan and Hathaway calculated that they could make at least 110 sets of leather armor from the pterosaur skins. The pterosaur leather armor was tough and had a natural +1 enchantment. If they could find an alchemist to enchant it, they could make a good magic equipment. Other than these, there were also 3 dragon penises. These were good stuff. If they were auctioned in Cult City, the nobles would go crazy for them. If there was a chance, Sulan could prepare an auction to attract more people to his territory. After dealing with these things, Sulan looked at the 13 dragon eggs in his hand. It was not easy to hatch a pterosaur dragon egg. It required a special environment. Just like how red dragons needed a rich fire element to hatch, these Cryopteris needed an environment rich in ice element to hatch. However, even if the environment was suitable, the incubation rate of Cryopteris was not high. In fact, the incubation rate of giant dragons was not high. Under normal circumstances, it would be good to have a 50% incubation rate. If Sulan wanted to hatch these dragon eggs, he would need to prepare a professional incubation room. Luckily, Hathaway knew how to build an incubation room to hatch pterosaurs. After all, dragons were powerful creatures. Many wizards were studying their secrets. There was a time when many dragon apprentices appeared among the wizards. These dragon apprentices were different from normal sorcerers. Their physical attributes were off the charts. It was said that there was a legendary dragon apprentice whose body was even stronger than a legendary warrior. Although their spells were not as powerful as wizards, they were still very strong. Pterosaur dragon eggs could not be stored for long. If they were placed in a normal environment, the incubation rate of the pterosaur dragon egg would be reduced. The second day after Sulan returned to his territory, he began to build an incubation room with Hathaway. The incubation room had to be clean and tidy. It was best to build an elemental pool in the room. Abundant elemental energy was very helpful for the hatching of dragons. Of course, this was something only the great wizards could do. Building an elemental pool was not as simple as digging a puddle. The elemental pool gathered liquefied elemental energy. In order to reach this level in the main material world, one had to connect the 4 major elemental planes. This step alone could only be done by a great wizard. Of course, one also needed to have the coordinates of the 4 major elemental planes. At the same time, one also needed to be on guard against the elemental creatures that might come and cause trouble when the channel was connected. The elemental pool was also the essence of a wizard tower. Only a wizard tower with an elemental pool could be considered a real wizard tower. Without an elemental pool, no matter how tall and grand the tower was, it would still be an ordinary building. It was meaningless to a wizard. Therefore, only wizards above the level of a great wizard could have their own wizard tower. It was very difficult to build an elemental pool. At least, from the various materials that Hathaway reported, Sulan could not afford them. Astral dust, arcane crystals, all kinds of magic gems, arcane dust, runic steel, etc. They were all very expensive. Chapter 124. It was impossible to build an elemental pool right now, unless Hathaway advanced to the level of a great wizard. However, the incubation rooms still needed to be built. High-quality incubation rooms had high-quality incubation rooms, and low-quality incubation rooms had low-quality incubation rooms. There were not many requirements for the main building of the incubation room. Sulan had built it in no time. Without an elemental pool, Hathaway was going to build a rune circle to gather the surrounding elemental energy. Elemental energy was widespread in the main material world, but except for a few places, most places did not have a high concentration of elemental energy. These elemental energies usually wandered around. Wizards had discovered runes that could gather elemental energy, and they would use these runes to form a rune circle to gather the wandering elemental energy. More advanced runes could even connect with the energy of the earth veins and transform an area into an elemental active area. It was said that only the most powerful wizard organizations could do this, and those organizations would also use this technology to cultivate all kinds of magical plants. The incubation room built by Su Luan had an area of 150 square meters. Each ice Quetzalcoatlus egg occupied an area of 10 square meters. In addition to the runic matrices, it was better to put some ice magic stones in the incubation room to hatch the ice Quetzalcoatlus. Hathaway had some cold moon stones in her hand. They were moon-white stones, a kind of low-level magic stone. They felt cold in her hand. Although they were low-level magic stones, they were enough to hatch Cryopterus eggs. After all, it was just a Euron. The incubation room was made of marble, and the floor was made of obsidian. In fact, it would have been better to use obsidian, but Su Lan did not have that many obsidian stones. Hathaway summoned the wizard's hand and used a special rune carving knife to carve a rune circle on the obsidian. She spent the whole morning carving hundreds of runes in the room. Then she used the blood of the ice Quetzalcoatlus and some other magic materials to make rune ink. She blended the rune ink with the engraved runes, and the rune circle was completed. Activate it and test its effect. Hathaway snapped her fingers and stored all the raw materials before activating the runic matrix. The nodes lit up one by one, and the runic matrix was officially activated. Su Lan felt a breeze appear in the room and then disappear. Why isn't it working? Could it have failed? Su Lan asked curiously after waiting for a while, but nothing happened. How could I fail? I am an intermediate alchemist. Hathaway retorted. Then why aren't there any changes? Su Lan pointed at the incubation room. This is a low-level array. It's normal for it to take effect slowly. Hathaway was a little lacking in confidence. Then, she said indignantly, besides, who asked you to not have high-level materials? It's already very good that I can make this for you. Well, okay. Su Lan was a little embarrassed. After all, he couldn't ask for too much if the materials were not good enough. Fortunately, the effects of the runic matrix were still there. After a while, Su Lan could clearly feel that the elemental concentration in the incubation room had increased by a lot. Put the Cryopterus eggs in these positions. The elemental energy around them will be poured in. Hathaway placed the Cryopterus eggs in the designated positions one by one, and then activated the runic matrix. The elemental energy around them was converted into aqua-blue ice elemental energy. Then, it was guided out through the runic matrix. Then, it was transported to the runic matrix in a very gentle manner before it was released slowly. Outside, countless aqua-blue light spots floated up and merged with the Cryopterus eggs. That's it? Su Lan was a little disappointed. Even a 50-cent special effect would be better than this. Okay, as long as the runic matrix is activated, these Cryopterus eggs will slowly hatch, Hathaway said with a relaxed expression. Are you ready for the taming technique? Su Lan asked. The main reason why it was difficult to tame dragons was because of their inherited memories. Although Cryopterus was only a Euron, it also had inherited memories. It was just that it was much less than a real dragon. Don't worry, I have already engraved the taming matrix in the runic matrix. When they hatch, the taming will be complete. Hathaway said with a smile. But you have to give me one of these hatched pterosaurs. I want to be a tool. Don't worry, I will definitely give you one. Su Lan rubbed Hathaway's head. Ding, the construction of the incubation room is completed. Territory taming has been enhanced. Incubation room, incubates magical beast eggs and increases the incubation rate. There is also a 1% chance that the hatched creature will mutate. Energy gathering +3, incubation effect +3, taming success +10, mutation +1. Incubation status, incubating. Type, Cryopterus. Number, 13. Estimated incubation time, 46 days. Looking at the incubation room's attributes, Su Lan was a little surprised. He didn't expect this building to be recognized by the system. Looking at the attributes of the incubation room, it could even increase the incubation rate. As for the 1% mutation rate, it depended on luck. After placing the Cryopterus eggs, Su Lan and Hathaway left the incubation room. They found 2 barbarian warriors and asked them to guard the incubation room and not let anyone else in. Sulen then left with Hathaway. The incubation rate of a dragon egg was generally about 50%. As a subspecies of Cryopteris, it was slightly higher, but it still only had a 60% incubation rate. In fact, the incubation rate of a dragon egg would become obvious after a period of incubation. The stronger the dragon egg, the higher the incubation rate. Dragon eggs that had low vitality or had begun to weaken would not hatch. As their vitality weakened, these dragon eggs would eventually become dead eggs. In fact, even after a Cryopteris was hatched, it would take at least 5 years to grow before it could be used in battle. Cryopteris needed 10 years to reach adulthood. Their lifespan was between 200 and 300 years. It was very difficult to train them to become dragon knights. After all, Sulen didn't have a suitable person to be a dragon knight. The barbarians were more suitable for rushing forward. Humans could do it, but to become a dragon knight, they needed to be at least a knight commander. The drows were quite suitable. They were strong, light, and agile. It was just that the drows didn't trust Sulen yet. Sulen had always been envious of the drows. It was said that the drows were very open and had good figures. They had slim waists, full buttocks, long legs, charming looks, high flexibility, and superb riding skills. Bah, I'm saying that the drows are very suitable to be scouts. Chapter 125. Sulen was playing with an exquisite token. There was only a relief of a soldier on the token. The back of the token was smooth and there was nothing on it. This token was the reinforcement order that he had obtained from the golden treasure chest. According to the system, this token could summon a troop of soldiers. Sulen was a little hesitant. He was not sure what kind of soldiers the system would summon. Forget it, I'll just summon them and see. Sulen threw the token up and put it into his pocket. He then rode his horse and left the town. Without bringing anyone, Sulen left the territory alone and found an empty wilderness. Sulen took out the reinforcement order and hesitated for a while before choosing to use it. A light flashed and the reinforcement order disappeared. Then, a system notification rang in his ears. Ding! The host has used the reinforcement order. A troop of soldiers is about to arrive. Just when Sulen was puzzled, a portal opened in midair. Then, a troop of soldiers walked out of the portal. These soldiers were wearing armor and holding weapons. There were about 40 of them. Half of them were spearmen and the other half were archers. Their equipment looked good. Soon, 2 soldiers who should be the team leaders walked to Sulen and saluted. General, the spearmen and archers have all arrived. Sulen was a little surprised to see these soldiers in front of him. Although they looked like ordinary people, they were completely different creatures in the system interface. Otherworld creature, war spirit, otherworld warriors summoned by magic. They do not have a physical body. Only when the summoning is successful will they automatically transform into something you are familiar with. They are loyal mercenaries. After death, they will return to the otherworld and wait for the next summoning. After communicating with these soldiers, Sulen realized that each of these war spirits had their own names and independent thoughts. They were like living humans, but in fact, they were similar to heroic spirits. Although their bodies looked like humans, they were actually made of energy. He opened the system interface and found this team in the military column. Loyalty and morale were both at 80, which was within the normal range. The system's products were really good. The 2 teams of spearmen and archers in front of him were all veterans. The 20 spearmen had all reached the level of elite spearmen, and the captain had reached the level of heavy armored spearmen. The heavy armored spearmen were already at the level of knights. Although they were not as strong as barbarians, they were not afraid of death, which was very scary. Similarly, the group of archers in front of him were all elite longbowmen. The advancement of archers started from recruit archer, then longbowman, elite longbowman, strong longbowman, and finally sharpshooters. As for condor archers, it was a special advancement. The captain of the archer squad was also a knight-ranked archer. Su Luan checked the attributes of the spearmen. They were weaker than the barbarians, but they also had the talents of strength, tenacity, and courage. They also had a passive skill, good training, and 3 skills. Good training. Long-term strict training allows them to familiarize themselves with various military skills. Even if they encounter a surprise attack, they can form a suitable military formation in the shortest time possible. They are disciplined and obedient. They are rare elite soldiers. Courage. After strict training, the spearmen dare to face any military formation. Will +2. Spear formation. Spear formation, basic skill of the spearmen. After strict training, the spearmen will form a dense defensive spear formation. Stab. Stab, increase attack speed by 50%. Stab with a weapon in an instant. Armor break +2 effect. There is a certain chance of piercing. Spear assault. Spear assault, elite spearmen form a cone formation to perform a rapid assault. Movement speed increased by 50%. Attack power increased by 50%. Armor break +3 and piercing effect. After the assault, they will enter a weakened state. All attributes reduced by 20%. Spear assault made Sullen's eyes light up. This skill was completely used to deal with large-scale battles. The more the number, the more destructive it would be. When 2 armies suddenly used it in a battle, it could directly break through the enemy's defense line. Of course, the weakness of this skill was obvious. If the enemy had a large number of archers, they would suffer heavy losses. However, Su Len did not care. After all, there were definitely many types of soldiers on the battlefield. It was rare for a single type of soldier to appear. The attributes of the archers were not weak. These archers looked strong and muscular. Their arms, especially, were obviously thicker than the spearmen. Because they often used the bow, their arms were very strong. Archers were not weak in close combat. In fact, they were not weaker than ordinary soldiers except for not wearing armor. There were many cases of the English longbowman in his previous life. The French soldiers wore heavy armor and risked their lives to rush through the rain of arrows of the English longbowmen. It was not easy to get close to them. They imagined that they could kill these longbowmen like cutting vegetables. In the end, because of the heavy armor, the long-distance running caused their physical strength to be exhausted. Instead, they were defeated by the archers in close combat. These archers had the talents of strength, dexterity, and accuracy. Dexterity, body is flexible. Attack speed increases by 20%. Dexterity +2. Accuracy, accuracy increases by 20%. They also had the passive skill of good training. The skills of the archers were also good. 3 skills, volley, continuous shot, and long shot. Volley. After strict training, the archers are able to form a dense formation and launch a rain of arrows at an area. Rapid fire. After arduous training, these archers have become very proficient in their skills. They can fire 3 arrows consecutively in a short period of time, causing a large area of damage with arrows. Armor break +1, long shot, attack range increases by 20%. Attack speed decreases by 50%. Arrows are powerful. Armor break +2, in fact, the value of the archers among these soldiers was higher than that of the spearmen. A spearman's training time was short and it was easy to become a fighting force. Archers were different. In addition to physical fitness, they also needed some talent and skills. Therefore, the price of archers' training was higher. After the group of soldiers in front of him joined Sullen's camp, Su Len had to pay them a salary. If the salary was delayed, their morale would drop. At the same time, their loyalty would also decrease. Once the loyalty fell below 60, these soldiers could defect at any time. The cost of maintaining these soldiers was not low. A spearman needed 3 kinnar a month, and an archer needed 4 kinnar a month. In addition to these, there were also various logistical supplies such as food and equipment. A group of 40 people would need to spend thousands of k'nr a year. However, compared to their combat power, it was all worth it. Sulen brought these soldiers back to the territory. As for the origin of these soldiers, he only said that they were here to seek refuge. It did not matter whether others believed it or not. After all, this was Sulen's territory. He had the final say. These soldiers were arranged to stay in the barracks. Sulen had already ordered people to build new homes for them. Sulen had already treated these soldiers as humans and not the cold numbers of the system. After all, other than Sulen, no one knew that they were summoned by the system. Chapter 126. The military strength of the Northgard castle had changed a lot. There were only 71 barbarian warriors in the beginning, but now, there were a total of 186, including the security team and the new recruits. 30 security team, 40 new recruits, 40 new recruits, and 5 scouts who had just finished their training. Together with the barbarian guards, this was Sulen's military strength. The population of the Northgard castle had exceeded 2,000 people. Of course, 70% of them were Sulen's serfs. Even the refugees had to work for Sulen to survive. Because of the trade, there would be a few caravans coming to the Northgard castle every month. The sugar from the Northgard castle was very popular in the northern provinces. Because of the sugar, the high-quality rum had successfully opened up a market among the nobles. It had been almost 4 months since Sulen came to the Northgard castle. This small town deep in the northern wastelands had gained some fame among the nobles. As long as nothing unexpected happened, Sulen would become a real landed noble. By then, many nobles would come to curry favor with him. After all, a rising landed noble could enfeoff a large number of low-ranked nobles. Sulen had never thought of accepting those nobles' allegiance. Those nobles would surely fail. He had no intention of enfeoffing them. He was busy harvesting food now. It had been more than 3 months since the first piece of farmland had been cultivated. The first batch of potatoes had matured after about 100 days. The remaining potatoes would also mature in the next half a month. As long as there was a good harvest of potatoes this year, Sulen's territory would not suffer from a famine even if they stopped planting potatoes in the next few years. Of course, from next year onwards, Sulen would reduce the number of potatoes planted and switch to wheat and other crops. After all, he did not want to keep eating potatoes, noodles, steamed buns, and scallion pancakes. Weren't they delicious? Why would he eat potatoes when he had the money? He planned to slowly try all the different delicacies from his previous life. The first batch of land cultivated in the Northgard castle was a good paddy field. The soil was quite fertile. Although there was no fertilizer, the yield of potatoes was still quite good. Arriving at the first batch of potato fields, Sulen randomly selected a few pieces of farmland, and then let the serfs begin to harvest the grain. "Monseigneur, I've arranged for people to take care of the land you've allocated." A servant came to Sulen's side and said. Sulen looked around and found that the serfs were ready. He nodded and said, "Let's start." "Begin." A soldier with a loud voice shouted from the side. Along with his order, the serfs in the specially selected fields began to harvest potatoes with various tools. The soft soil was turned over. He grabbed the vine and pulled it out forcefully. Strings of potatoes were pulled out from the soil. After shaking off the soil, the potatoes, which were at least the size of a fist, were arranged into a string. It looked very pleasing, and a string of potatoes weighed a few kilograms. The vines of the potatoes were removed, and the fruits were thrown into the bamboo basket at the side. The potatoes in each plot of land were placed together to be weighed. This was done to maximize the estimation of the yield per mu of land. Although there were still errors, the difference was not big. Through this, the yield of potatoes this year could be roughly estimated. 1 mu of land was not big, and these serfs were very fast. They all wanted to leave a good impression in front of Sulen. As long as Sulen was happy and rewarded them with a few points, they would be able to get their freedom faster and then have their own land. These people were very satisfied. Soon, the potatoes in the vicinity of 1 mu of land were harvested. Sulen asked people to weigh the potatoes. After the soil was sifted off, the potatoes in the baskets were weighed. The potatoes produced in each plot of land were weighed and marked one by one. Potatoes were a crop widely planted in this world. The staple food of most civilians was potatoes. Who asked this crop to be easy to grow and have a high yield? Only a small amount of land would grow crops such as rice and wheat, which were usually used to pay taxes. Moreover, rice and wheat were basically used as daily food by nobles or big merchants. The taxes in this world were not low, because the taxes in various places were set by the lords. The benevolent ones were fine, but the greedy ones would collect all kinds of taxes, such as catching fish in the river, cutting firewood in the mountains, and paying a poll tax every year. In short, all kinds of taxes were collected from clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Every year, when farming, the nobles' land had to be cultivated first before they could plant their own fields. Every week, they had to work for the lords for 3 days. If it were not for potatoes, half of the civilians in this world would have starved to death. About half an hour later, the yield of potatoes in these plots of land was calculated. Among them, the yield of potatoes in the largest plot of land was 303 kilograms, and the yield of potatoes in the smallest plot of land was 254 kilograms. The yield of 200 kilograms was not too high. Because it was a new plot of land, the yield in the first year would be lower. Next year, when there was fertilizer, the yield would be higher. Even with the current yield, the yield of these plots of land was enough to feed tens of thousands of people. Potatoes could be planted 3 times a year, so for a long time, he did not have to worry about food. After the food problem was solved, Sulen could increase the number of people brought in. At least 300,000 mu of land could be cultivated in Northtown Castle, enough to feed 50 to 60,000 people. Right now, only about 10,000 mu of land had been cultivated. He did not want to leave those plots of land empty. Northtown Castle was located in a remote area, but if it were not so remote, it would not be his turn to cultivate this land. It would have been occupied by others long ago, so there was nothing to complain about. If Sulen wanted people, he could only rely on the trade caravans to bring in refugees every time, or by slaves from Cult City himself. However, both of these methods required a lot of money, and the results were slow. Unless Sulen was confident that he could get a recruitment order every once in a while, this was the best way. As for the drows, Sulen also wanted to recruit them. The drows were also a powerful race, and compared to the obvious shortcomings of the barbarians, the drows had almost no shortcomings. Of course, if they did not believe in the Dark Maiden, Sulen would not have dared to accept them. Except for the drows who believed in the Dark Maiden, in Sulen's opinion, 9 out of 10 drows were mentally ill. They plotted all kinds of schemes and murders every day. If they had the time, they might as well practice their writing skills. So far, Sulen still did not take the initiative to get in touch with the drows. After experiencing the escape and finally settling down, the drows were actually very sensitive and insecure. They had lived in an environment of mutual deception for a long time, which made it difficult for them to trust others. The best way for Sulen now was to express some kindness to them, but not to get too close to them. In fact, Sulen had already treated the drows as meat in his mouth. Those drows who lived in the underworld all year round could not adapt to the environment of the northern wilderness. One could not imagine how cold the winter in the northern wilderness was without experiencing it. Chapter 127. Frodo the Halfling was very happy during this period of time. Not only did he find the spices in the wilderness, but he also learned a new way of cooking, stir-frying. This new way of cooking surprised Frodo. During this period of time, he made many delicious dishes under the guidance of Sulen. He was now very confident that he would be able to participate in the King of Chefs tournament and win the championship when he returned to the Shire. At the same time, he was also very curious about Sulen's cooking. After all, these dishes were all Sulen's suggestions. Ice cream, red braised pork, stir-fried pork, mushroom stir-fried pork, cumin mutton, and many other dishes were all suggested by him. Frodo almost wanted to take apart Sullen's brain to see how many strange ideas were hidden in it. For example, just now, Sulen told him how to make a snack called potato chips. Frodo had already tried to make it according to Sullen's description. The reason why Sulen made potato chips was because there were too many potatoes. He could not eat mashed potatoes every day, so making some snacks was a good idea. The process of making potato chips was not difficult. All he had to do was to cut the potato chips into thin slices and fry them in a pot of oil until golden brown. When he took them out of the pot, he just had to sprinkle some spices on them. The only difficult part was cutting the potato chips. However, this was just a basic operation for a rogue who could play with his dagger. The last time they had a hot pot, Frodo had demonstrated how to slice mutton. He had sliced a large piece of mutton into slices as thin as a cicada's wing in no time. His knife skills were even better than those of the butcher from East Lai Shun in his previous life. Soon, the fragrant potato chips were ready. Sulen tasted one. It was crispy and delicious. It was not much different from the ones he had eaten in his previous life. Hathaway and Chris liked it even more. From today onwards, other than ice cream, they also added potato chips to their snacks. Hey, Sulen, your territory has a good harvest. Do you want to hold a harvest festival or some other celebration? I think it would be great to hold a fishing competition. Frodo suggested while munching on potato chips. Harvest festival and celebration? What does it do? Sulen was puzzled. Festivals can make the residents of the territory feel happy and increase their sense of belonging to the territory, Frodo said with a smile. All right, I agree. Sulen thought for a while. Organizing a festival in his territory would cost a lot, but just like what Frodo had said, it could increase the sense of belonging of the residents in his territory. In other words, it could increase the morale of the people. After this period of migration, the people's sentiment in Sullen's territory had declined. After all, no matter how good Sullen's treatment was, many of them were still slaves. Although killing the pterosaur had increased the sentiment and stability of the territory by 10 points, it was still around 80 points. You agreed? That's great. Frodo said excitedly. Basically, all halflings loved all kinds of celebrations. I think we can hold a gourmet food competition and a fishing competition. To be honest, in my hometown, the Shire, I have won both the gourmet food competition and fishing competition. This is the first time in hundreds of years that someone has won both the gourmet food competition and fishing competition. Sulen did not believe Frodo's boasting about winning both the gourmet food competition and fishing competition because many halflings would boast like that. However, most of them boasted about winning the fishing competition or the gourmet food competition. It was very rare for someone to win both the gourmet food competition and fishing competition. However, Frodo now had the trump card of cooking. Perhaps he really had the chance to win both the gourmet food competition. As for the champion of the whole Shire, it was not certain. The Shire was a gathering place for villages. Every village would hold such competitions, but there was no unified large-scale competition. Therefore, the champion that Frodo mentioned was most likely the village that won the first place. A gourmet food competition and a fishing competition? I think it's okay, but add an archery competition and a martial arts competition, Sulen said after thinking for a while. Since he had decided to hold a festival, he might as well make it bigger. An archery competition and a martial arts competition? Frodo shrugged. He was not very good at these two competitions, but it should be very lively. That was enough for him. The fishing competition was soon held. There were not many people participating in the fishing competition. Most people went to participate in the martial arts and archery competition. Especially the barbarians, they all signed up for the martial arts competition, while the archers signed up for the archery competition. Sulen did not participate in these two competitions. After all, if he participated, the others would not be able to have fun. Therefore, he brought Hathaway to participate in the fishing competition. This will make it more festive, Frodo said excitedly. Then, he took out a few pieces of a rod from his pocket and connected them together. In a few seconds, he had assembled a fishing rod. Then, he put the bait on and started fishing. Today, I will show you the skills of the Shire's fishing champion. Sulen also made a fishing rod and went to the side to fish. Beside him was Hathaway. Hathaway also participated in the fishing competition, but she was not interested in it. It was Hathaway's first time fishing, but her luck was unexpectedly good. After a while, her fishing float started to sway. She used her arm to pull it up. Don't rush. The fish is testing the water. If you move, it will run away, Sulen quickly stopped her. You are quite lucky. This fish should be a big one. Really? Then why are we eating the big fish tonight? Hathaway said excitedly. It took the bait. At this moment, Hathaway's fishing rod suddenly dropped. The straight fishing rod was bent into a bow, and the fishing line was pulled tightly. Release the line, release the line, release the line slowly. Sulen instructed from the side. Yes, just like that. Release the line slowly. This will exhaust its strength without breaking the fishing line. Isn't this too troublesome? Hathaway frowned. I got it. She snapped her fingers, and a transparent hand suddenly appeared in the water and lifted the big, lively fish out of the water. Sulen was speechless. This fish is at least 15 pounds. Hathaway said excitedly. Sulen said, the fun of fishing is to wrestle with the fish. You rely on a thin fishing line and use superb skills to catch them successfully. Only then will you be satisfied. You are not very flexible when fishing like this. Hathaway did not hear Sulen at all. She threw the fish into the bucket and continued fishing. However, her luck seemed to be off the charts today. Within a few minutes, the second fish took the bait. Sulen did not catch a single fish. Similarly, the boastful Frodo also did not catch a single fish. Next, fishing became a personal show for Hathaway. The third, fourth, and fifth fish were caught one after another. Frodo finally could not sit still. He threw down the fishing rod, picked up a harpoon, and jumped into the water with a splash. Soon, a figure came out of the river with the harpoon in his hand raised high. There was a fish that weighed about 5 kilograms on it. He smiled happily and said, I caught one too. This is a fishing competition, not a harpoon. Sulen rolled his eyes. You are cheating. You are disqualified. In the end, Hathaway won the competition. The prize was 3 plasma cannons. The other competitions also decided the winners. As expected, Johnson won the combat competition. The archer team leader won the archery competition. At night, the territory held a banquet. The entire Northgard castle became very lively. Sulen also heard the system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully held a harvest festival. The people are very satisfied with this festival. Popular sentiment +10. Congratulations to the host. You have activated the festival system. The current festival is Harvest Festival. Having a festival can make the people in your territory peaceful and prosperous. Harvest Festival, a grand festival can bring happiness and a sense of belonging to the people. Popular sentiment +10, prosperity +5. You're tuning in to the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.